Então, vamos
Good
dar início
afternoon,
aqui aos
everyone.
trabalhos
Let's
dessa
begin
quinta sessão
the
temática
fifth
intitulada Política de
uh,
Cuidados.
panel, thematic
É
panel
sempre um
called
desafio
Care
a mesa logo
Policies.
depois do
It's
almoço,
always a
porque
challenge to
a gente
have
come, fica com
a
soninho,
panel
Recording in
right
progress.
after
tem que se
lunch
concentrar,
because we
mas
eat
vamos fazer um esforço
and
porque a gente tem
have
uma longa tarde de trabalho
difficulty
ainda pela frente, né?
concentrating.
Eu sou Fátima
But
Guerra, sou técnica do
we will have a
DIEESE,
long day ahead of
Departamento
us. I am
Intersindical de
Fátima
Estatística e Estudos
Guerra. I am a
Socioeconômicos,
member of
e
GIESE,
estou
the
responsável aqui
Statistics and
por
Economic
coordenar
Studies
os trabalhos
Department.
dessa amigas, pessoas que eu já conheci, tive a oportunidade de conhecer ao longo dessa trajetória. Então, muito obrigada pelo privilégio, pela oportunidade. Bom,
this time period. So thank you for the privilege and the opportunity. We have three panelists who will talk about this topic. The first one is Heidi Gottfried, who is sociology researcher at UN University, the main researcher to coordinate the care projects and whose topic is caring beyond borders. And she has a co-author, Eileen, who is a feminist studies professor who researches on global label migration, and she authored various books. Our other speaker is Anne Du, who is a senior lecturer in France at the National Conservatory of Arts and Crafts in France. The third speaker is our well-known friend, the coordinator of the project, Ana Carolina Braga, the researcher, a postdoctoral researcher in the observatory of the Center of Brazilian Studies, and she researches on care, rights, and inequalities. She has two co-authors. She is a researcher at the Who Cares project, and Sofia Mortara, who who got a degree from Unicamp, and their work is policies for family caregivers in Brazil, assessment of the protective norms, and identification of gaps in coverage. And I decided to translate Anne's work, because in free translation she works on informal care, what the policies are in the case of the pandemic in France. And I will pass the floor to Heidi, who is right by my side.
O microfone não, né?
The microphone is not working, apparently.
So welcome. It's the difficult task to give a presentation right after lunch when we're all sleepy. So hopefully we will capture your attention for our hour and a half. I hope that we will. So my presentation today looks at COVID-era policies, the onset of COVID and the ways in which governments responded in what some have called the state of exception. And what we see is in our comparative cases, the different institutional capacities to cope with the virus over the course of successive waves. Pandemic policies initially focused on frontline workers in hospitals, to some extent in nursing homes, and with the relative neglect of home care workers and the marginalization of home care workers in policy deprived workers of protective equipment and also of compensation to cushion the vagaries of both policy and of the COVID pandemic. What we found is across our many cases that care systems failed, they were not resilient, that there were many gaps, but we also observed that COVID made visible care deficits, prompting a reimagining of systemic reforms to reinforce resilience and address care devaluation, and we've heard many papers throughout. This is not a paper as such. I mean, it's not a research paper. It is the introduction to a policy book on caring beyond borders. And it is the introductory chapter with some preliminary conclusions that we are just deriving now. And it's many of our team members from the TAP program are represented through various case studies, comparative case studies, as well as in collaboration with CovaCare, which is a group of feminist political scientists in Europe. So we invited them to also participate. In addition to Lorena Pobleta, we heard a paper of hers yesterday, as well as Andrew Mary Paul. The book, as you will see, as you can see, and the presentation mirrors the organization and the structure of the book into two parts. The first part is methodological, where we confront the challenges of trying to construct indicators and a comprehensive metric to measure social protections and regulations of this particular sector. And in doing so, and you'll hear this with the two case studies of France and of Brazil, that it uncovers all kinds of heterogeneous categories and fuzzy boundaries between occupations with different definitions, and this is a problem that any international project has, and we've heard many of the discussions of harmonization. The second section is one more on comparative policy, national, trans-regional policy, and we trace the policy, care policy trajectories cross-nationally and interregionally in Europe and the Americas, in order to highlight both convergences and divergences between countries navigating COVID and its aftermath. And you can see that one thing that the pandemic exposed, and we've heard a lot about this, and we will hear more tomorrow, tomorrow is the inherent structural vulnerabilities of the home care sector, which is driven by divisions within the sector and between workers in general, but also workers, care workers in other institutions, and we saw that with the halo of care. But also there are stratification and inequalities between home care workers, stratified by occupation, employment relations, migration status, and their position in segmented labor markets. So it's not necessarily unique, but it's something that we have really strived for in our project, and that is to be transversal and transnational. And by looking at Europe and the Americas, we're able to look at different kinds of welfare systems, different varieties of capitalism, and it also reveals many of the general assumptions that we make that are derived from much of the welfare state typologies and literature that centers around the European welfare state from the post-Second World War. And so by looking at the Americas, it decenters Europe in the global north, and it shows that there are other aspects that are quite important, such as colonial legacies, unfree labor, south to south migration, rural to urban migration, as well as south to north migration, as well as racial disparities. Now I'm going to speed through this next section because you're going to hear a lot about the data. So I want to talk about the Global Care Policy Index because our project collaborated with this global set of teams across the world, particularly concentrated in Asia. So it's very unique in terms of its global data set. And what I did here is just to show you briefly some of the indicators for social protections of paid care workers in people's homes to show you that the U.S. is an outlier with regard to statutory rights, and it's very clear. And the other aspect that I wanted to show you, it's also highlighted in yellow, is Sweden. What Sweden shows you is that it's not only statutory rights that are important, but also industrial relations systems or employment relations systems are key to providing social protections to workers. But we know that workers in this sector are not very unionized, and so a system that's based on centralized industrial relations is biased towards the male industrial worker. And then finally, if you look at Colombia, you see in parentheses a rescoring of the metrics. So you can look at change pre-COVID and post-COVID. So the advantages of using the Global Care Policy Index is that it's comparative and fairly comprehensive, but I'll talk to you about the limitations, so comprehensive in some ways. It's also tied to and benchmarked against the global norms of the ILO. We add 2 countries, France and Brazil, to this global data set. So now there are 38 countries in the overall data set. And we show from the Colombia team that you can rescore the metric over time. So this is an innovation from our project. But the limitations are quite important, and as I think it was Pascal, we always query about our measurements and statistics. So we have to see them as embedded. But for the metric itself, it is biased because it looks only at the national scale. So federalized governance systems like the US and Canada, Belgium, it doesn't capture some of the important variation. Very importantly, it excludes informal workers, which is a very large segment, particularly in the global south. And we see this in our Latin American cases in the project. It also, I won't talk about weights, but the final limitation is in enforcement gaps. So it's looking at, and this was something that was discussed by our first panel of domestic worker leaders, and that is you can have excellent policies, but how efficacious, that is, how effective are they? Are they enforced? So that's important, and the metric does not measure that. So the trans-regional lens is important because it highlights what we noticed having a historian working with a sociologist, the issue of temporality, and that there's temporal unevenness, so that historical conditions at the time of institutional formation are pivotal to the development of welfare state institutions, influencing the division of care work between state, market, and households. So it's important to embed it historically. It magnifies the importance of different sets of institutions. I mentioned industrial relations, but we heard before lunch about judicial reforms that can either make or unmake or bias policies. We also see the ways in which the ILO is important, and I'll mention that in a moment, but I was inspired by Serge's book with Duncan Galley to actually look at unemployment, because it's a key feature of welfare states. And what's quite interesting about the dates and the historical moment is the way that the welfare states in Europe were formed in a different period. You have the Latin American countries much more recently, and the US, of course, always as an outlier. Now it's, I know it's going to be very hard for you to read, but I'll try to help you along there. Excuse me. So, regardless of welfare arrangements, the home care sector is marked by substantial stratification and a fragmented structure and governance that led to disparities of social protections and exacerbated existing inequalities. High levels of informality among home care workers in Latin America and among migrants, particularly unauthorized migrants, heightened their income insecurity, and I need to hurry up. So, but institutional capacities were fashioned, emergency measures, but they depended on how effective they were and the types of policies, policy legacies, governance structures, and social protection and regulatory systems. And here we show some of the variation and the comparisons between countries in France and in Belgium, where home care workers, it's more as an organized sector, almost parallel to the branch industrial relations systems, and so they were able to act and react more quickly. So you have different actors. In France, you have authorized migrant laborers. They have pathways to regularization of resident status. So they were less vulnerable than their counterparts in other parts of the world. In Brazil and Colombia, we saw a layering of policies on existing policy legacies, and there were differences across the 5 countries, and I can go back to that later. Industrial relations, again, was very important in the Belgian case, in the French case, because you had employers and workers who did act and who did fashion policies, so that there were some changes, though you'll hear the fragmentation still exists. The ILO has been important as a kind of foundation in Latin America. We know it's incomplete and an unfinished project, but in terms of the signatories of Convention 189, you see that Latin America, actually, and the Caribbean are well overrepresented as signatories. 47% of countries come from this region. And the usual countries that have pretty good labor regulations have not signed on to this convention, and that Latin America has been a early member of the ILO and looking toward global norms. This, I don't think I have much possibility to for you to see and to read, so I will come back if I have time. So I want to, how much time do I have, Fatima? 3, okay. Well, I think I will conclude because it's, I have, the slide prior to this one is the various chapters and the conclusions of the comparisons, which I think are very interesting, and I can return to those. But in terms of convergence and divergence, we saw, and I mentioned at the beginning, that systemic underinvestment in care services, whether in private households, the market, and the public sector, became evident during the pandemic. We see that analyses that are based on developed countries do not fit the realities of care systems in emerging welfare states, and that these systems reflect historical and colonial legacies in Latin America. One has to look at dictatorship and democratization movements, as well as organization of the political field and cultural practices that vary between countries within and across regions. But the word we hear throughout our conference is precarity and informalization. So regardless of the robustness of a welfare state like France, you still have gaps in the coverage of social protections of home care workers. So there are many exemptions and exclusion of this workforce. And then finally, we think that there are technical difficulties, but it's called the iPhone. So my final sort of takeaway is that through the methodological contributions in our cases, and I want to also, and you'll hear this in the next 2 papers, that the project itself, the Global Care Policy Index project, has 2 parts. One is the measure itself, and then the second part are country reports. So they actually do map the regulations within each country and the gaps that you see in each country. So it's a way to illuminate as well as to show how far countries still need to progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Hyde. Eu vou passar a palavra agora para Annie.
And now I will invite Annie to take the floor. You have 15 minutes.
Bonjour, alors s'il y a une traduction, comme mon diaporama est en anglais, je vais parler en français.
Good morning. If there's any translation to Portuguese, my presentation is in English, but my presentation is in French. So do we have translation?
Ma présentation va
my
s'intéresser
presentation
là encore au monde du care, à
will
l'économie
be
du care,
focusing
au
on
travail de care.
the economics of care,
On a beaucoup
to
parlé
the
tout à l'heure de
care
fragmentation,
work
je vais
itself,
précisément m'intéresser
And we've spoken of fragmentation many times now. This is an issue that interests me, fragmentation in care. Now, care can be considered quite wide. It encompasses a wide range of activities and jobs. So my starting point here will be the care crisis precedes the COVID crisis. Evidently, the COVID crisis reinforced the care crisis. The care that we do in France was undergoing huge upheavals in France before COVID. We had the yellow vest movement, which included several care workers, healthcare worker, home healthcare workers, and the retirement reforms for which the healthcare sector took to the streets. The care crisis is directly connected to long austerity practices on part of the government, especially in the health industry. As we can see, we cannot strictly speak of a care sector because it is so fragmented, but there are points in common. Firstly, the preponderance of women, an important segment coming from immigrant families, and a certain amount of trouble in recognizing the labor markets. These labor markets are very fragmented, which are fragmented in as are the markets. A small semantic difference in France, we don't use the word care. We don't speak about healthcare or child care or long-term care. Each subsector has its own name: autonomy or difference or early childhood. So these names are not all brought under one big umbrella name such as care. We speak, in fact, about different jobs and bring them together. So the word care is not used frequently in France.
Cette présentation, c'est bien évidemment la recherche Who Cares. Je
The
vais me
starting point for my presentation is the Who Cares survey, and I will be focusing on the work of care and the workers therein, and more specifically about the institutional arrangements, public policies, and regulations that are standing, which both lend a structure to the area, the sector of care, and to the jobs in that sector. So my starting point here was the construction of the Global Care Policy Index, which Heidi has just mentioned, because my major problems in building this on France's behalf, this is something that I am tasked with, is the fragmentation of care, which will lead me to certain convolutions in understanding and explaining. So I really need to determine and describe this framework. Did the pandemic affect any changes in the policies in the sector and in the care-related jobs? I would say that today the challenges which care professionals face and also researchers face, that is, jurists, economists, sociologists, etc. In my work, I started off with a literature review. I haven't started my field work yet, so I have read quite a bit. I collected data. We have many statistics regarding care that are available. The public policies related to care in France, just to give you a measure of how fragmented they are, I will speak about several sectors. Each one was structured in the long-term basis with different public policies and frameworks. As regards early childhood, for example, we had uh, different types of early childhood frameworks to ensure women could uh, be in the labor market and ensure their homes. So for early childhood, we have lots of subsidies from public policies. We have daycare centers, which may be associative or subsidized. And we also have financial subsidies, which allows parents to choose to either choose the services of a professional who is called a child assistant, a person who comes to their home and takes care of their children in their home, or maybe choose a maternity leave. To the idea here is to favor the sharing of tasks between the father and the mother. There are a series of instruments relating to early childhoods, especially as relates to the public policies, and the parents receive subsidies according to their income. And we also have policies that offers choices for childcare so people can choose which is best for them. As I said, the sharing maternity and paternity leaves is a tendency as regards structures now. It's tending towards privatization. So there are private daycare centers. They were pre-existent, especially in the associative field. But we have, nowadays, we have companies who work with daycare centers. And in France, we've had a certain amount of scandals in which kids are hungry when they get home because they weren't fed in the daycare center. They try to decrease funds for school feeding, and so some children are going hungry. Children under the 3 years of age normally in France stay at home, 20% of which are under uh, in-house work of this early childhood assistant, and 18% go to the daycare center. In other words, daycare centers are not the majority. Now, when we're speaking about the sector of autonomy, it is a new neoliberal lingo, autonomy. In this sector, there's people who are, in a certain sense, dependent. So we have services for people who are sort of under some sort of dependency. They're not autonomous. So they may choose whether to receive home care or to restore to an institution. And it works with two categories: elderly, non-autonomous people, and people with disabilities who are not autonomous. So there are a series of services for these groups, but always under the free choice lens. And we can nowadays the trend is having not-for-profit private institutions, and we've had several scandals related to that in our society, a bit like those that happen for private daycare centers. For example, problems of abuse of these autonomous people, non-autonomous people. But and in general, there is an incentive for people to choose home care services, either a professional home helper who comes to the home, or the services of family members to boost the care of these parents or relatives. So this is informal paid work. It is, we call them family caregivers, and it's paid work. So this is more or less how the second sector is set up. The third sector, it regards domestic work. And this sector has received some subsidies from labor policies because it was seen as a labor generating factor. So work and labor in this sector has experienced important developments. And this is especially geared towards families who are richer, who have been incentivized to hire people and to make their informal work formal. Because when you formalize labor, there is a tax cut, and so this is an incentive. Nowadays, 20% of caregivers and domicile are still informal workers. Now, this shows that there is a care labor market which is heavily fragmented. We have several sectors with different agendas, different goals. And here I speak about these several theories of labor market segmentation. Each sector operates under its own regulatory framework, which can lead us to say quite confidently that there are several different markets for each different sector: early childhood, non-autonomous, etc. If we consider only the home care domestic services, we have a self-employment, and especially we have three collective conventions that apply: one for private employers, one convention that applies to companies who hire this type of services. These are for-profit companies, and a third for associations, that is non-profit institutions. So all of this taken together leads us to a heavily fragmented market. And in this labor market, there is a certain hierarchical care categories. The best way of characterizing this sector is that it is on the lower rungs of this hierarchy. These are jobs who enjoy less social recognition. We know that there are several high qualification type jobs in daycare centers, for example, but there is a hierarchy within each sector. Lastly, I've said that already. Let me just skip ahead. After COVID, the public policies have, well, we can say the public policies have considered the care industry according to this heavy segmentation. So there was an urgency law that was passed for healthcare workers and laws that aimed at decreasing the possibilities of using rest days to skip work, so people were constrained to change their vacation times, and this was specifically for places that did not have the necessary equipment. For other workers, there were protective measures in place. For example, partial unemployment subsidies, and for early childhood, some workers who did not have the right to this unemployment support subsidy, and then they started having the right to accede to this unemployment payment. So, but some people needed to have access to this unemployment social protection, but they needed at the same time to continue working with people who were in hazardous positions and without wearing the right protective equipment. As for the basic essential services, the hospitals were mobilized before COVID and afterwards, and they were given a prize. They were given a special subsidy, especially in certain places in France where COVID hit the hardest. And they also obtained a certain amount of salary raises, accepting medical doctors and investment in hospitals. Just to give you an idea, the investments were much lower than what was invested for partial unemployment coverage in France. I would just like to wrap up by speaking about uh, these uh, these elderly carers who work, who give home care for elderly people at home, and they were not recognized as essential workers during COVID, even though they continued to work. So it was very hard for them to obtain masks and protections, and the employers themselves ended up helping out in terms of equipment, and they themselves had to come together to be recognized as essential workers. And these financial subsidy only included these workers from August 2020 on. This fragmented situations led to several shortages in distribution of equipment. And right before the COVID crisis, the collective convention that determines the guidelines for this sector had been had undergone a pay raise. The sector had undergone a pay raise, and the government funds this not-for-profit sector. The government, the state obstructed this pay raise that they had been awarded. And so now we find a similar situation in which the year before a pay raise had been negotiated, and then the government once again obstructed this pay raise in February. It's very hard for these workers to have to see their work recognized by the government, but they resorted to Facebook and they tried to pierce this isolationist bubble. There were initiatives on by unions to bring several sectors together in several collective conventions, and we can see that it was a wide-ranging movement. And now I'm going to wrap up.
What are the challenges today? We have many on the legal level, for instance. As Heidi said, France is not a signatory of the Convention 189 of the UN because it was afraid of France was afraid of being attacked, and France was afraid of being sued on the legal level. Then there were some changes. In other words, it's possible to change a few things from the legal point of view. Some people talk about some changes for collective conventions in the care workers to participate in negotiations. Another pathway that is possible, and it's mentioned by economists, is having more investment from the state in social care where they meet needs such as non-autonomous, elderly people or persons with disabilities. And that would be a big step to guarantee high quality employment, because usually those jobs are not high quality jobs. And this has more to do with political and social choices. Lastly, because this care work market is very fragmented, another possible way would be building bridges to bring more security in professional trajectories and enabling the creation of careers so that they wouldn't be they could circulate in a logic of a promotion, etc. It's a very far away possibility, but it's still a possibility. Sorry, I spoke a little bit too long, and thank you very much.
It's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible. It's impossible. I agree. Yes. Thank you.
Obrigada, Lu. Eu acho que tá, né? Melhor. Baixa um pouquinho. Vai baixar? É, só um pouquinho. Obrigada. Bom, boa tarde a todo mundo. É um
Good
prazer
afternoon, everyone. It's
estar
a
aqui, dividir os
pleasure
nossos avanços
to
de
be
pesquisa
here
com
and
vocês.
share
Eu queria também agradecer à equipe de tradutores que estão tendo
improvements in
trabalhando desde
research with you, and I want to thank the translators team, and they were there because they've been having a huge, very hard job since yesterday, and I will try to speak slowly, which is difficult for me. This is a collective work I have done with Regina and Sophia, who are here, and it's a work we started last year based on the experience of exploring the Global Care Policy Index. And what we're bringing today is our first approach using the Social Care Policy Index to think in terms of unpaid care for family members. And we have a series of studies on the use of time, and they show the impact of unpaid work is disproportional on women. It has a harder weight. It puts more of the weight on women, and we have a population of domestic workers that is very big. We have 60 million domestic workers, paid workers. Still, in Brazil, most households do not have domestic workers. This care work is done especially by women. So our proposal today is based on through the lenses of the Global Care Policy Index to check what kind of protection we have for the workers, unpaid care workers in our country, especially women. Heidi spoke a little bit about the Global Care Policy Index, but so that you can understand how it's structured. It's an index that's been developed by researchers from NYU Abu Dhabi, a tool that will be used to assess how many countries provide state protections for care providers, paid and unpaid. It's been applied in more than 30 countries, and it's based on the ILO norms and standards and the recommendations. The way it's structured is 12 larger categories divided into 107 questions, which are very direct. And based on the answers to those questions, we will assess whether a country is fulfilling those standards depending on the degree of coverage. It is divided into two sub-indexes, and I will start from sub-index B, focused on the paid care work at home, at household. So last year in Canada, we presented our first approach to the to our subject studies, and today we will present the second part of this effort, which is protection for family caregivers, especially unpaid. And it it's based especially in conventions 183 and 195 and recommendations 156 and 165. And this is very important because it's based on what the ILO is thinking in terms of paid work. And it's important to analyze the paid work of those people who are in the labor market and who have subordination relationships. So there is an employer, there must be an employer in this relation. It is important to have some of those items of sub-index A to keep that in mind because it was important to subsidize our work. So it's got 6 indexes, pregnancy and maternity leave coverage, and we will think about whether that exists or not, thinking that it's an international index, and we will find different realities. So the fact that there is a kind of protection is important, and to which extent they cover the categories of workers, because whether it's the totality of workers or just part of them. The second one is maternity leave and paternity leave policies. Fourth is dependent care leave policies. Number 5, flexible work arrangements. And 6, family-friendly workplace policies. As I commented, those those items are based on the ILO norms, and we must think about which lens we want to apply, because it's no good to look at the unpaid care work in Brazil and not looking to someone who's not in the labor market. It's not part of the labor market. So first of all, we decided to map who we would apply this lens to in Brazil. This little scheme, oh, by the way, just a clarification, as time framework, we used the year of 2019, so a pre-pandemic counter comparison. And because we know that during the pandemic, some changes in legislation were made, so we focused our analysis on the year of 2019 and 19. So the data we have here are the data from 2019. And if you want to look at the global policy index, we need to look at the population who have working age, even though we know children give care here in Brazil and they give unpaid care. And the people who are part of the workforce might be employed or not. And here we are talking about some legislations in labor law and pension law. So we have to restrict our focus to the workers who are occupied, who are employed, and we have to set aside the employers and the self-employed people, because they do not have subordinate work relation, and we can't talk about maternity or paternity leave under those circumstances. And finally, we will come to the group in this population where we can apply the Global Care Policy Index, which is the last 3 squares, and that's 38% of the population who are over 40 years of age. As we separate that part of the population. We will be looking at that group about whom we can say something using the global policy index lens. We had made a similar effort to understand the case of domestic workers. And in the case of employed occupied employees, we must understand whether those people have a job contract and whether they have social security. So it wouldn't be enough to analyze things without taking into account who accesses the policy, the social security policy. I'm sorry, I'm speaking too fast, and translators are suffering, sorry. So based on many possible occupations of people who are employed, we thought about who we could separate the people according to the degree, the protection degree, according to the social security and labor laws. The first group is the documented workers, those who have a job contract, a formal job contract, who are employed and are covered by the social security and labor laws. The number two is the group that does not have a formal labor contract or work contract for employment, but they voluntarily pay for social security. And thirdly, the third group is the group that does not have any protection. So we're not talking about 70% of the population, but we have 6.5% of those who pay for social security and 25% of the people who have no protection whatsoever. And 70% are employed people. If I did not make that differentiation, I would say that 1/4 of the employed population have rights that they don't. So we're looking at the access by the population to a set of rights. I will summarize very briefly those categories. So we have a first grade to Brazil, but we're still debating that. So I will summarize what we've been thinking in terms of each one of these items. In the case of the first category, which has to do with the coverage for maternity leave and a pregnancy leave, because it's a right that is accessible to groups 1 and 2, it is not accessible by group 3. So 25% of the employed population do not have access to this kind of protection. The second case is similar to what is happening to another category. Group number 3 is totally marginal. And those categories are very focused, number 1 and 2, in terms of rights connected to maternity, and something that this is something we want to call your attention to. It means pregnancy, birth, and the postnatal care. So it's the care for adults and dependent people is very restricted in that in this sense. The third item, which are the paternity leave policies, that's not a right that is guaranteed by the social security system. If one has former employment, one has the right to 5 days of paternity leave, which is a very short period of time, and all the rest of the population has no right to this kind of protection. The number four, which is the dependent care leave policy, is something that Brazil is doing very poorly at, because there is no legislation that allows for us to take care of those who need our care at the same time as we are in a part of the labor market. So number five, Brazil is doing badly as well for number five, and we have legislation for this type of work arrangement, but that doesn't put us in a good position in comparative terms.
The last item, which is the item of family-friendly workplace policies. I just wanted to highlight that even though this last item is called family-friendly workplace policies, it has more to do with policies that cater to mothers with young children, breastfeeding. It is a very, very small time frame and a very, very specific type of care which is in this. And in this category, Brazil does a bit better. But once again, item six, like the prior five, focuses very heavily on newborn care and pregnant people. So just to wrap up, the first issue here is that the index, and if you want to look at its limitations and and what kind of issues does it make us consider or think about? First of all, it focuses heavily on childbirth, pregnancy, early infancy, newborn care. Another issue was the need to consider these different ways of occupational job insertions, and the fact that you don't have access to a formal work keeps a certain part of the population, even those who do work, but there are important segments of the population who have absolutely no access to these rights because they are not working under a work contract. And lastly, it sheds light on a non-paid work, care work, which is heavily based on family care. And we know that there are other types of non-paid work which people use to cater to the needs of those who require care. So I believe that our next step would be to establish these grades and consider other issues that the index does not measure, and we have found them to be very important in our process. Thank you, Ana. The protocol now is inviting our discusser, but before that, I want to introduce him because I haven't done that yet. So today we have Serge Bourgan with us as debater. He is the director of the Advanced Social Sciences School, where he holds the chair of Sociology of Social Disruptions and Social Inequalities. He's also the director of research of the National Scientific Research Center. He has written very important works in our field, such as the elementary types of poverty. And since 1997, he's been the director of socially oriented works in the national edition in France, and he has received the CNRS Silver Medal in recognition of his contributions to sociology. Serge, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I will be speaking in French. I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers for inviting me to discuss the three presentations, which I have found to be really fascinating. As you said, I work with research at the CNRS, and now I am an invited professor in the sociology department at Lujubil. That means I am absolutely inscribed in French culture and nowadays under the influence of Brazilian culture, which really helps me to analyze my own representation and my own analytical categories from the point of view of with a certain distance. And it really helps me to understand the different types of forms that are adopted by France and by Brazil. Oh, I'm so sorry. Apparently, there's been a problem here. I don't know what happened. I'll just a second. Bear with me, please. Oh, apparently there was some kind of hitch here with my text. So first of all, it seems to me that Cairo is a very nice example of, I'm sorry, care systems are a very, very interesting example. While expressing a type of domination where the workers in the care field translates types of jobs, translates into types of jobs which are often precarious. I really enjoy this area because while it also works with the welfare state, points of view and many important international comparisons, and I think there's much to do in this area. So I think that the work that I've done in social relations, poverty, and the human solidarity will be good things to draw upon. On the working conditions for workers in care are found or are organized differently depending on the country. And this is a type of domination between classes. I'd like to start off this section giving you an example that I have seen here in Brazil. And it really links into what was discussed before in this session. The first example is a couple with two children who live in a high-income area in Brazil. So this upper-class couple with one young children work all day, and they employ a maid from morning to night to do the household work and look after their two children, a very classic case. But it turns out to be that the black maid is also a mother herself, and she has three young children to look after. So I questioned the couple and pointed out that this maid doesn't have time to look after her own children, especially as she works long hours, and it takes a long time to get to the workplace. And the couple answer, yes, but she has ways of looking after her children that we don't have. Her mother or her neighbors in the neighborhood take care of her kids. So in Brazil, two levels, two worlds within care are clashing. At the level of the couple who use a maid to solve their domestic and childcare needs, and at the level of the maid's family who use unpaid services from their family and neighborhood. This is an interconnected system that has the effect of reproducing inequalities of class, but also of gender and race. However, as unequal as it is, this system, in a certain sense, is an alternative to the governmental, to the state family policy. All the more so because the compensation for these cleaners is still very low in general, and they're still underreported, which means that they can be employed on a much, much larger scale. This means that there is a whole interdependence chain is established in poor neighborhoods, which allows the middle and upper income classes to take care of their families, educate their children by easing the burden of daily domestic constraints and allowing them to reconcile family and professional life more easily. So under these conditions, although quote unquote familialism is generally quote unquote forced, it is not equally so in all social circles. It's clearly quote unquote forced unevenly. So I would now it doesn't happen the same way in every social milieu. So I would now like to use this example to as a representation of the care policies that were spoken about today. The only way that the typology can be sustained is if it is inscribed within a halo of care in which care is unpaid and based on community resistance networks to poverty in low-income neighborhoods. It is undistinguishable from its halo. And in these conditions, so I'd like to go back to the three contributions that were made, and I'll start off by analyzing Heidi's contribution. So Heidi's contribution speaks about a contribution on a book which was edited by yourself and by your fellow, and the idea is to synthesize literature on the policies and rights of care workers in Europe, North America, and in South America. And the first thing that came into mind based on your text is that this literature is quite abundant, it is very detailed, and many researchers have worked on this issue. So according to you, which would be the blind spots in this panorama that you described? What are the gaps that need to be overcome? What are the political challenges as regards the rights of care workers? And what are the priorities in this area according to you? My second question has to do with a reflection on the use of the Global Index of Care Policies, which Ana Carolina described very well. And it is an important index to compare countries. You speak about Global Care Index, which allows measurement for care policies. And in your work, you seem to be very grateful for the huge work that was done internationally to obtain these results. Meanwhile, you also say that this type of tool has limits because it doesn't consider the specificities of each country, and it doesn't help us analyze the national care system as a system, as a cohesive, coherent system in each country. It merely extracts dimensions and compares these dimensions amongst themselves. So my question would be, wouldn't there be a risk of ignoring the specificity of the national care system? In other words, wouldn't it be better to affect a global reading of this sentence, to try to understand the articulations between these dimensions and the cultural and social matrix that allows for explaining the system? we asked on the reference cultural and social norms that led to creating these systems. Asking this question would be a way of at least partially introduce these questions on the critique of statistics as they are produced in different scales, such as on the international scale. By this, I don't mean that we should forego these indicators. Quite the contrary. I really do appreciate and use these indicators. However, I do believe there should be a critique of such indicators, and we should try to work on how to improve them or even add to them based on data from other global surveys that insist on the issue of coherence intra-countries. And lastly, Anne's contributions. Anna, your contribution was very interesting. I am a bit more familiar with it because I know the French system from within. Firstly, because I have children who were once very young, and my country has several elderly, and my mother is not getting any younger, so I really do live and understand the system from within in France. So the goal would be to study specificities in this case. Would it be about studying the role of public policies and work regulation and care professions in France before and after the pandemic? In your essay, you say that the care professionals work in different segments of the job market, of the labor market, and they are submitted to different types of regulations and to different working conditions. You also say that there was an increase in divergences after the pandemic. The first question you ask is how to define care work. The wider definition of care workers contributes to make the world easier to live in. Cleaners, gardeners, hairdressers, all of these people who work with jobs that were considered essential during the COVID crisis. If we look at this definition from a stricter point of view, in which care is not at the heart, so it would only consider nurses, healers, etc. And you also suggest a definition which would allow us to contemplate jobs that directly contribute to those workers who are under the regulation of sector normers, in which there would be nannies, cares for the elderly, domestic workers, etc. And so your contribution endeavors to analyze these sector-related policies, such as policies for childhood, for people with disabilities, for the elderly, and also for home care. And then you described the job market related to care and described it in terms of these sector policies, which led you to underline the fragmentation of this labor market according to the degree of formalization. So your question would be how to best recognize the essential function of these domestic workers and how to fight against precarization and flexibilization of these jobs, because you say that precarization and flexibilization are also
dans le secteur donc des services à la personne à domicile.
more important for people who deliver home care, the sector of home care. We know that in France, this is not exactly so. 95% of jobs are covered by collective conventions. So this is a situation which is starkly different from Brazil and the USA. The unions in France do manage to managed fragmentation in this sector, and they try to articulate the collective conventions that deal with home care. The associations of deliverers, people who effect delivery, also try to ensure the well-being and health of their workers. There are certain confrontations and clashes between classes, and you also mentioned the possibility of a single convention which would cover all the domestic workers. So my question to you would be, is there really a community of workers in care who share the same interests? Isn't there also a type of struggle within these jobs themselves to reaffirm the specificities of their work and needs, and to establish a kind of hierarchy which would be based on different descriptions? In other words, the hope of a global improvement of work conditions in this sector would not be threatened by the struggle for recognition of specificities of these jobs individually. And here is my question. Would it be a hurdle, would it be a problem for a common struggle? And now I'm going to comment on Ana Carolina's presentation. I really enjoyed your contribution, Ana. It focuses on non-paid care, which is delivered by workers in Brazil. You worked on the protection, you looked at the protection of workers, family workers, which is absolutely key in Brazil. Your goal was to assess the level of protection of that the state gives to people who have their own needs at home.
In that sense, you also address Heidi's work. You speak about sub-index A of the global index, and you realized it's really not adapted to the Brazilian population, and a large portion of the economically active population in Brazil is not does not have access to the protection. And the people who are not part of the active population, be it because they have unpaid care functions, such as 21.5 of the cases, they are not contemplated by that index. And so there is an important issue with the tool which keeps unpaid workers in the shadows, and they exclude independent workers, which are many in Brazil, to whom there is no specific description. So the limitations of the index are very important. So what would be the solutions to fill in this gap? I see two of them. First of all, to show the global index, to contemplate the Brazilian case, or making an effort to complete this index on a national scale to make comparisons that are more appropriate for in between states and Brazil, for instance. What would be the best one to you in terms of strategy to advance the causes of care workers in Brazil? In addition to these three contributions, I would like to ask a more general question to all of you. According to you, which would be the best way to conceive international comparisons? This colloquium is based on the idea that we are going to make international comparisons, right? So what would be the best way to make these international comparisons with the goal of showing national comparisons as well? And I would like to know whether you have a basic agreement amongst yourselves on the method to be used. And I ask myself about the risk based on the public policies that we dealt with today. What would be the risk of getting lost in the great complexity, the laws, the regulations, devices, etc.? These are such complex things in every country that if you want to explain things in a detailed way, you have to look at all the devices, laws, agreements, etc., and we can get completely lost in that. It's a question I'm going to ask you, but I know the answer more or less. Wouldn't it be the case of basing more on global systems to try to remake them, and global systems that are based on places where the policies are already implemented? You will see that these issues have been addressed by your groups, but I would like to make those questions anyway, Sue, and I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Serge, for your comments. We have an enemy here, which is time, and we have to interrupt the words, the speeches, when they're more interesting, whenever they get very interesting. And he had specific questions, and he asked some very specific questions and some general questions. And I will pass the mic to you, and I'll ask you to be short if possible.
Short is very difficult, so but I will try to. I think you're correct in terms of the comparisons. How does one, and this is something that we all struggle with in terms of what you look at, what are you comparing? So you can take a single policy area like unemployment insurance, that's our social pensions, which has been done. And what we're trying to do, and I know it is complex to try to understand all the different drivers that sometimes are quite different. So what we're trying to do is both look at it in an in-depth way so that we can begin to unpack all of the different aspects. Care is complex, very complex, because it touches on so many different domains. And that's why I started in industrial relations, and care was not considered at all. It was completely absent from. And the feminist critique was to gender those institutions and those analyses. And when you do that, you begin to see aspects of social reproduction that is necessary and key to the different systems of industrial relations, whether it was the early breadwinner models that relied on the care, the unpaid care of women, and the precarity of women's jobs because they were working part-time. But what we have seen over the past about 10 years, that this sector has really grown across the world, and so it could not be ignored. And what we are trying to do throughout the project is to slice it so we're looking at different sectors within the care economy. But yes, it is difficult. There are many blind spots, as you say. One of the problems that we have is disciplinary. So we are trying to have a transdisciplinary. We heard this today at the session before on laws and different legal frameworks, and how do you marry sociological perspectives and the preoccupations that sociologists have with critical legal theory. And how can we bring to bear those different insights? So that's why we have institutional analyses looking at different aspects. So we look at the law. How do we put it together? Well, that is the difficult part of, can we put a coherent picture that is both national and international. But I think one of your example was quite interesting because it began at the local level. And I think that the embeddedness of these care experiences and workers, so policy is a lived experience. And we saw and this will be the last panel for this conference, and that is community care is always filling in. It's not something that was unique to the pandemic, but it was exaggerated because of the needs. The needs were very clear because of the loss of other institutional care. So right now we are maybe unpacking all the different aspects and the policy piece of this, trying to just identify what are the gaps. And informality is one of the big issues, and precarity is one of the big issues. How do we construct a policy regime that is appropriate for the 21st century? This is something that we can look at from a social welfare perspective, from a labor perspective, and this is, I think, the key across the world. It's the global standards of how do you deal with informalization that's occurring, of course, at different extents, but it's everywhere. It's everywhere. And that, and the design of our social policy and social protections is from a Fordist era. It's a remnant of a different period. So I think it's the new imaginations of trying to talk to each other. I'm a labor scholar. Many of my colleagues are labor scholars. That's where we began our lives. But we then could not ignore the welfare state. And so I think it's those dialogues. Have we solved the puzzle? Perhaps not, but we've certainly identified many of the gaps, and I think we have to maintain the conversation. My co-author is
Now, one of the modules of this whole project is the policy. And the ILO, in which the index is built upon, now is caught up to what we all in this room has done. In the last International Labor Conference, we begin our paper with that. So you've had the pleasure of reading it, but not everyone. There was a resolution on the care work economy that combines all the aspects that all of us have talked about: the child care, the elder care, the unpaid family care, and the precarity of care for a variety of statuses of dependent people or people who need and give care. So in some sense, that offers a comparative framework to do the deep analysis of the historical, sociological, cultural context of national studies, but gives us a cross-national and perhaps a transnational, precisely because of the movement of peoples. So that's what I want to add in response to your very helpful and provocative comments.
À mon tour, alors merci beaucoup. Je pense que tu as mis le doigt sur des questions importantes.
Muito
Donc
obrigada. Eu
effectivement, en
acho
France,
que houve
95%
questões
des emplois sont
I think
couverts par les
important
conventions
questions were
collectives.
pointed.
Mais il y a un
In
paradoxe
France,
français,
95% of
c'est
employments are
que
covered by the
l'autosyndicalisation
collective
est l'un des plus bas
conventions
d'Europe
or agreements, but there is a
et le taux de
French
couverture par les
paradox.
conventions collectives est l'un des
The
plus élevés d'Europe.
unionization
Et donc,
rate is
on
the
a quand
lowest in
même un
Europe,
peu de fragilité
and
dans
the
les
rate
conventions
of
collectives,
coverage is
surtout pour ce
one
qui
of
est du
the
travail
highest in
domestique
Europe.
et
So
du care,
there
qui montre que
is
finalement
a
la phase
kind
de
of
négociation, elle
fragile
est
point in
très
those
fragmentée
collective
et
conventions,
qu'on a beaucoup de
especially in terms
conventions
of domestic
collectives, et
work and
c'est
care
notamment
work, because
vrai
the
dans certains
legislation is
métiers du
very
care dans lesquels
fragmented.
le salaire
There are
minimum
many
de
collective
branche est
agreements,
inférieur
collective
au salaire minimum
and
national. Mais bien sûr, dans ce cas, le
convention,
salaire minimum
collective
national s'applique
conventions in
en principe.
some
Donc, voilà, ça
professions
c'est
in care.
quelque chose d'un peu
The
paradoxal.
minimum
Alors, est-ce
wage
qu'il y a
is even
vraiment une
lower than
communauté
the
de
national
travailleurs ou de
minimum wage,
travailleurs
so it's a
du
little bit
care qui
paradoxical.
partagent des intérêts
There,
communs?
there
Ça, je
is
dirais,
actually a
une vraie question. C'est
community
pas à moi de le
of
décréter.
care
C'est-à-dire
workers
qu'il y a des
who
mobilisations qui
share
montrent dans le travail
common
domestique et en particulier chez
interests.
les aides à
Is
domicile
that
qu'on voit se dessiner des
correct,
intérêts communs et
or
des
is
mobilisations
it not?
communes.
I'm
Est-ce
asking
qu'elles vont
you.
déboucher
But
sur
it's
quelque
not
chose
up
de commun?
for me to
Ça, je
answer
peux pas le
that.
dire.
We
Je pense
see
qu'en tout
some
cas, tu as raison de
common
dire qu'il y a une
interests and
tension entre
mobilizations. I don't know whether they will
mobilisations communes
result
qui
in
pourraient donner
common
plus de
actions,
poids aux
but
travailleurs
you're right to
concernés
say that there is
et
a
puis la
tension in those
défense
mobilizations.
d'intérêts particuliers,
And
spécifiques,
I
d'intérêts
think we
professionnels, je
could
dirais,
give
qui consiste à dire,
more
j'ai
weight
enfin, vous
to
avez
those
peut-être vu quand j'ai
populations
passé
and
les
the defense
diapositives,
of
il y a
specific and
pléthore de
professional
noms de métiers.
interests.
Chaque
You
nom a ses
saw when I
spécificités, chaque spécificité, c'est
regarding
quand même
that,
une
you saw
professionnalité, des
on the slides
compétences
a
spécifiques
series
pour telle ou
of
telle
profession
catégorie de besoins, de
names,
personnes,
names of
etc. Et
professions,
donc,
each
bien
one
sûr, il
with
y a une tension entre
specific
les deux.
skills
Et je
for
pense que c'est
different
pour ça,
needs
alors,
of people,
moi cette idée-là,
etc.
c'est pas des choses qu'on trouve beaucoup dans la
Hence, there is
littérature.
a
Il y a
tension
longtemps, j'ai
between the
travaillé sur les
two.
métiers de la petite enfance,
These
là où
are
dans des
things
secteurs où il y a
we
des
do
horaires
not
atypiques,
find
où il y
very
avait des
often in
mélanges entre
literature,
du
but I've been
domicile et des
working
structures.
with
Et j'ai
early
vu se
childhood
construire
for a
des
long time,
aménagements
and I
où des
see
professionnels qualifiés se
kind
mettaient
of mix
à
in
structurer une équipe d'intervenants
household
moins qualifiés
structures,
à
for
domicile. Et
instance,
ça, c'est quand même une
where
possibilité de construire des
qualified
passerelles
workers
pour
tried
bah voilà, on
to
peut très bien imaginer
establish
qu'une aide à
something
domicile, elle ait une progression de
that
carrière qui consiste à encadrer une équipe, même si
could
c'est des
work
intervenants à
together
domicile. Donc
with
voilà, je pense qu'il y a des choses qui peuvent se
household
travailler. Et j'en viens tout
help.
de suite sur ta
So there
question
is
plus générale.
a
Quelle serait la
career
meilleure
progression
façon
for
d'aborder
those
les
domestic
comparaisons
workers.
internationales? Alors moi,
And
je suis
in
économiste,
terms
bien
of
sûr,
your
je suis
general
scientifique, mais
question,
je suis aussi
what
un
would
peu
be the best
activiste. Je
way
suis dans
to
des
address
associations
these
d'économistes.
comparisons?
Et
I'm a
ce
little
qui
bit of an
m'intéresse
activist
beaucoup
as
dans les
well.
comparaisons
I'm a member of
internationales, c'est ce qu'on
associations
peut
of
en retirer
economists.
pour des luttes,
And in
pour des questions de
international
qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait
comparisons,
améliorer. Voilà,
I'm
donc j'ai
really
cité le cas de l'Espagne
interested
tout à
in
l'heure.
what we
Je
are
pense
able
regarder, mais
to
j'ai pas
elicit
encore assez regardé le cas de
from the
l'Allemagne
struggles. It was the
précisément.
case of
Il y a des
Spain
choses qui se
a
travaillent
short
sur les
time ago, and
professions,
I
les
would like
formations, la
to
qualification,
look
les
at another
transitions.
case in
Voilà.
Germany where
Donc
some
c'est ça
things
que j'aime
need to be
regarder dans les
worked on in
comparaisons
terms of
internationales. Bien sûr,
progressions and
caractériser
qualifications,
des pays,
etc.
des régimes institutionnels, mais
But it's
pour
an
les
important
comparer, mais les
point
comparer
to
aussi
maintain the
pour
international
essayer
and
de se dire que quand même
international
des progrès sont
comparisons. Of
possibles
course,
dans ce monde
it's important
néolibéral,
to
parce que sinon, si
compare
on est juste dans la
different
comparaison internationale, on risque
regimes,
de trouver des points
but
communs
it,
qui sont
that
l'austérité, la
shows us,
marchandisation,
those comparisons show
la
us that it is
désinstitutionnalisation, enfin voilà,
possible
etc.,
to
la
progress in
privatisation.
this
Mais voilà, ce qu'on
neoliberal
peut aussi regarder, c'est
economy
quelle
and
régulation
fight
bah, montre du coup vers le
denationalization,
progrès, montre que des choses sont
privatization,
possibles.
and check what the regulations are that are open to progress. Thank you very much.
Primeiro, eu gostaria de agradecer muitos comentários.
First of
E vou
all, I
tentar
would like
pouco responder, na verdade,
to
pensar junto. Eu acho que
thank you for the comments,
quando nós começamos o
and
processo de
I will try to
aplicação do
think
índice,
together with
gente
you.
tinha
When
uma
we
ideia de que ele
started thinking
avaliaria muito
of
mais
applying
ou
the
muito mais
index,
amplamente do
we
que
had an
depois
idea
do
that
processo em si.
the
Então,
index
nesse sentido, eu acho que
would
ele teve
be more
ele teve
valid
aspecto
after
muito
the
positivo,
process
que foi nos
itself. So it
fornecer
had
uma
a very
grade de
positive
avaliação.
aspect,
E aí, a
which
partir
was
dessa grade, a
giving us a framework for assessment and look at what it was hidden in the shadows and what we were uh, able to illuminate, to throw light on. We weren't able to change the index. Many people then propose having different categories to assess different groups because we can't assess things homogeneously. But we are thinking of a way to complete the index because it enabled us to look at things that we weren't able to see before. And that wasn't so, for instance, the people who are self-employed and that's not present in the ILO convention, how we can think of the case of those people in that sense, an assessment process. And I'm thinking now from the point of view of sub-index A, but also from the perspective of sub-index B, they have similarities. They're both challenging, but they have similarities. And this process of shedding light on them was very important. And another aspect that I believe has to do with your question and comparison is that the fact that we can apply this framework and compare that to other applications of the same framework also clarified some things that we couldn't see before. So having access to the way other countries use that assessment also helped us in that assessment. So maybe we started from a more a broader perspective of the possibilities of the index, but now looking from a more modest perspective, it helps us to compare more specifically. So we have to expect less in terms of what the index will enable us, but the process of application was really important. Thank you.
Obrigada, Ana. A gente
Thank
combinou
you,
de encerrar
Ana.
às 16 e 15,
So we had spoken about wrapping up at a quarter past 4, but our boss wants to take the floor. But there are other people who are also raised their hands, Elena and others. I don't know if we'll have enough time for everyone to ask their questions, but let's try. Elena raised her hand. Oh, we're traumatized by the last time when there was a session in which we couldn't ask our questions, so we're traumatized. Oh my God, my audience is going to rebel, and I'm going to be a leader in that rebellion. 5 minutes to the end. Okay, I'd just like to say make two quick observations. We have two discussions. Firstly, one which is really important, which was mentioned right now, was at the end of the day, what should we do? I'm thinking from a collective point of view on behalf of the project. We were considering an index which would, in a certain sense, help us to make comparisons with a minimum level of compatibility in terms of the construction of empirical information. Now, this index was built based on the ILO lens. Now, the ILO looks at people who are inserted in the labor market. But now in Brazil and the Brazilian policies, both academic and political, I think we should really call the attention of the unpaid work. It is vital. Calling attention to this type of work is vital. But we also have people who are hindered from obtaining proceeds either formally or informally and who have a very heavy unpaid workload. And there are no policies and there are also no measurements to track their work. So the index follows a type of logic which sheds shadow on this dimension. And our idea is not to throw away the painting with the used paints, but we shouldn't, on the other hand, not use the index, and I speak from the point of view of a Brazilian academician who uses this data without saying so very explicitly. In other words, things are really complicated, our problem is much larger, and our measure must be much larger. The policies must be more wide-ranging, and I really would joke if I weren't able to say that out loud. This is something that we're writing down in the National Care Plan. It is a long-standing fight of Brazilian women. The exclusion in terms of salary and in other terms, we can just make believe that there is no such things. So this is what I need to do regarding this index, and I think we should put it very plainly down on paper. And comparison is wonderful because it really shows the limits of this index. I'm sorry, I would die if I couldn't say this. I would have died. Elena? I just wanted to add to what Nadia said. I think in terms of international comparisons, there's a very important issue, which is showing the specificities, the particularities of each country. I think that for Brazil, domestic workers who are unpaid and also domestic workers who are paid are absolutely key, considering them and having a care policy for them. I think that has been very clearly understood when we were doing our programming, because in the very first day we heard Ana Gilda Cleide Pinto from Fanatred, who represents domestic workers, and I think the example of there showed us that there is a very, very particular Brazilian context, because in France you won't have a person whose work is taking care of children and also to kind of putters about the house. That doesn't happen because the people who work with the care of children will work only with the care of children. They won't tidy up in the house and vice versa. So this very particular Latin American Brazilian context must always be in mind when you're considering the type of fragmentation which takes place in Brazil. When you consider fragmentation like the fragmentation in France, and likewise understand the types of fragmentations which happen in Brazil in the Brazilian context. And in this sense, international comparisons really may help. Nadia, okay, we have another. There's someone beside you who's raising your hand. Well, you got up on the floor, and there we go. This is the outcome. I'll try to do this as quickly as possible. Firstly, congratulate you. What a wonderful session, because it leads us to thinking, and I'd like to ponder some things and bring a few questions to you. When you're speaking about women who do unpaid work, in these last 2 days, I heard, we haven't wrapped up yet, but I haven't yet heard of mothers who have disabilities, both physical and intellectual. These women are also do unpaid work. These women take care of their own children. They live off the social support for this child. And when that child dies, sometimes they're over 55 years old and cannot penetrate the labor market. This is something that we see every day in Rio de Janeiro. It is real. So it is very important to consider these women who do this unpaid work, and also the mothers of people who are undergoing psychic problems. We haven't spoken about mental health. We're speaking about the expressions of social diseases that kill people, that make them go sick. Is this how you pronounce your name, Serge? I liked it when you said that women take care of the children of the people who can afford it, but they have no one to take care of their own kids. And you know what happens, Serge? Many of those kids who are from the slums, from the favela, they don't have decent schooling conditions. And I'm speaking about the Rio de Janeiro context, okay? We have special police ops who enter the slums every single day in this fallacy of let's decimate organized crime as if crime happened only within the slums, within the favela. That's not true. But the important issue is these women who take care of others have no one to take care of their kids, and the state doesn't do that either. Sometimes schools don't have the morning meal, they don't have any breakfast, they don't have any lunch to offer the kids, they've got nothing. And those kids are out there in the world and they need things. And what do? They reach out to people they shouldn't be reaching out to. And then we have to resort to social educational measures. I don't know whether Anna's here. I was really, really moved when you said that we punish and we punish all the time, but we never think about what we can do in terms of intervention. So I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I was really, really bowled over. And it's very important to move outside our boxes and see what we can do out there. Out there. At the end, we have a president in Brazil where we have a democratically elected, but we are treading a very, very fine line here. I really play more for the world at large than for my own life. I'm not kidding. We almost suffered a political coup. What are we going to do? How do we make the people believe in public policies once again? Thank you, and so sorry for taking so much time. I promise to do this as quickly as possible. I felt a little, I was also really, really sick. I would be sick if I couldn't say what I want to say. As regards the index, I think there are several things that are left in the shadow which really bothered me. And I looked at the paper and saw that some issues, which is the redistribution of work, which is also relegated to the shadows. And I thought about that. What grade does gender feminist theory assign to this? Because the notion of gender division of labor, a very robust heteronormativity, and what grade could we attribute to that? Thank you. Okay, we're overtime twice. We've gone overtime twice. So I would invite our speakers to take the floor, make their comments, answer the questions, and ask them, please do that as quickly as possible. Oh no, Nadia says no time for comments. No time for comments. Okay, Nadia has forbidden comments. Nadia came up to the front and stirred everyone up, and then she says no comments, everyone. So we're wrapping up this part of our work. I'd like to thank the four of you from the bottom of my heart for your contributions, for your availability, the discussions. I learned so much. It is such a pleasure to meet you, to be here with you. Thank you, everyone. And now let's take a break.
Recording stopped.
Let's take a coffee break like yesterday, a quick coffee break. We'll be back at 4:30. It's called the Smart Coffee Pause. 10 minutes. It's a 10-minute pause. 10-minute break.
Não, tá certo.
Eu ia falar isso.
Não.
every one of you. I am very pleased to be moderating this table. My name is Angelo Soares. I know practically everyone who's here, those of you who are in Montreal, and those of you who are not there, I've met here. I am so happy to have the opportunity to moderate this session with friends whom I know and admire. We will have three presentations now. We will start off with Javier Pineda, a good friend of mine, who will be speaking about national care policy in Colombia. Javier is a professor on the interdisciplinary studies for social studies in the University of Los Angeles. He's a senior researcher of the Colombian Ministry of Innovation and Research, and he is the main Colombian representative within the Who Cares project. His co-author is an economist and holds a doctorate from the University of Los Angeles and an associate professor of the La Salle University in Colombia. The second university is on care as a public good, the national care policy in Brazil, delivered by Luana Pinheiro, who holds a doctorate from the University of Brazil and who works in the IPEA, where she coordinated gender, race, and generation equality policies. She's a researcher in the Who Cares project. Another author is Laísa Brama, who's the National Secretary for Care and Family in the Ministry of Social Development. She holds a doctorate in sociology from the University of São Paulo, and she's a specialist in inequality, social policies, and the world of work. The third presentation will be Building the National Care Policy in Chile, Advances and Challenges, presented by Francisca Gallegos, who's the Undersecretary of Social Services in Chile, a sociologist who is undergoing her doctorate research in the Max Planck Observatory of Social and Economic Transformations and in the Alberto Hurtado University in Chile. She has helped implant social policies in several countries in Latin America. The co-author is Constanza Contreras, who also works in the Social Services Secretariat in Chile. And I will have the very difficult task of trying to keep track of time for three presentations. I'm going to be strict and highly autocratic, even though it breaks my heart, because if it were for me, I could listen to you with no type of time restraint. But in the interest of giving you some time for questions and answers, and for the speakers can feel your reaction to their work. So with no more delay, I would invite Javier to take the floor.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Gracias, Angelo.
Thank you, Angelo.
Contigo y con las compañeras de la mesa.
It is a pleasure to share my work with you and with my fellow speakers. Thank you, Nadia. Thank you to the Brazilian team for this extraordinary the opportunity to present my work here in the Who Cares meeting. Well, to us, this presentation is very politically sensitive. It's a politically sensitive issue and also a personally sensitive issue because it is a critique to the work of our friends, and that's not an easy thing to do.
A realizar unas críticas conceptuales y operativas a la política nacional de
cuidados. We will be establishing operational and conceptual critiques on the national care policy developed on February 14, 2025, that is 2 months ago. Now, we analyzed the policy and we wrote a paper with Suelen Castiblanco, who is here with us today. And we also held a discussion with my teammates. So I'm going to bring some conceptual and operational elements to the discussion. And I say it's a sensitive issue because this policy, which is called the Compass in Colombia, which was developed by the National Council for Social and Political Policies, is led by Franza Marquez, who is a bulwark in our country. She was vice president of Colombia, and in this sense, she
que rompe, digamos, una tradición en las élites que han dominado el poder.
Has had a huge importance in breaking with the tradition of invisibility for Black women in Colombia. There are some precedents to this policy. In Manuel Santos from 14 to 18 gave us a few precedents. And in that time, there were several drafts of this document, but at that time, it was not published. It was taken up again in the Gustavo Petro government in the last 2.5 years, and it started being drafted in 2003 under the vice presidency, and in 2024, we had a Ministry of Equality who took up this document once again and discussed the citizen participation roadmap. After which, last February, it was finally published in its approved version. So there are some conceptual points of discussion.
I would like to talk about 3 points. The first one is the duality between individual care and collective care. The second one is care as work, and the third one is social organization of care, which we would call the national care system. So, regarding the first aspect, in the differentiation of this document, the document is too long because it addresses 50 years of history, and I worked for some time in the National Department for Planning. And it has 160 pages, 30 pages of background history, then diagnosis, and then policies. The diagnosis is very complete, and it resorts to many of the data and things that had been worked on previously, and that's not practical for a document on policies. That should be more objective, the document for policies, but anyway. We talked about the difference between collective work and individual work. Look at how they define, not collective work, but collective care. And look at how they define collective care. And I will build up on what Professor Serge said, saying that care is a total concept. The gender perspective, the feminist perspective on care it can be
Entonces, eso genera una
affects all life
dificultad operativa
and
de lo que
impacts
vamos a entender
all
como
the public
políticas
public
públicas de cuidado
policies.
y cómo
So
las
it
delimitamos.
impacts how
Eh,
what we
Aquí
will
se adopta
understand that
y
care
estamos de acuerdo
policies and
porque el
how
cuidado
we
tiene esa amplitud. Nosotros en la academia
limit
hemos
them,
adoptado la
because care
definición
has
de Joan
this
Thompson, que es una definición
broadness.
amplia,
We in
¿no? que es el cuidado
the
de la
academy
reproducción de la vida,
uh,
pero también del
in,
entorno. Y
have
esto es más o menos lo que tiene
adopted
aquí,
the care for
el cuidado colectivo
the reproduction of life, but
incluye
also the
el territorio,
surroundings. But we say
incluye
that collective
la
care
producción agraria,
includes the territory,
incluye
it includes
la reproducción de la cultura,
agrarian
incluye las prácticas
reproduction,
ancestrales.
the
Entonces, cuando uno ve
ancestral
esa definición,
traditional
claro,
practices.
está de acuerdo en que el
And
cuidado
of
depende de todo
course,
eso.
this
Y
definition
nosotros estamos de
has
acuerdo
it,
en que
it's
se
a clear
rescate, que yo creo que
definition,
es la gran
and we
contribución de
want
este
to
esfuerzo,
recover
se
that.
rescaten
And
las
this is the
tradiciones
big
ancestrales de las
contribution
comunidades
by this
étnicas en Colombia,
effort,
indígenas
which
y
is
afrocolombianas especialmente,
recovering
y
the
campesinas. Entonces, ahí
traditions
se
of
define como
indigenous
el cuidado colectivo
and
todas este tipo de
rural
prácticas
practices,
que son muy importantes
rural
y que en realidad incluso tenemos
traditional
pocos estudios
practices
sobre
in
eso,
Colombia.
y que está bastante
And we do not
descuidado. Me
have
parece
that
que es un
many
rescate muy
studies
importante.
on that. So
Pero
it's
vamos a
very
ver
important to rescue that aspect.
los problemas
But
que,
we
digamos,
are going
va a
to
traer esta
see some
definición amplia,
problems
cómo se va a
in
manejar en
this
una política
very
pública.
broad definition in order to manage a public policy.
Entonces, hay visiones, hay cosmovisiones y estamos de
There
acuerdo
are
en
different
tener esa perspectiva personalista que incluso en la jurisprudencia colombiana ya se
cosmovisions
aceptaron las familias
because there is this
multiespecies,
post-humanist
y que el cuidado, pues,
perspective
también
that is
incluye la
included
agenda
in the Colombian
que
jurisprudence.
supera el
They
antropocentrismo, la
accept
agenda ambiental
families,
desde ese punto de vista.
multi-species families
Pero
such
entonces, ¿cómo
as
define el cuidado individual?
pets, etc.
Y ahí es donde viene el problema. El cuidado
And
individual lo
we have
contrapone
another point that there is
cuidado
the
colectivo.
part of the environmental
Dice,
agenda,
tenemos
but
que rescatar el cuidado colectivo porque es
how do
el
we
bienestar
define
colectivo, ¿no?
individual care?
Y el cuidado individual
We say
es un
we've got
cuidado
to
supuestamente es
recover
el cuidado que es
collective care,
o no comunitario.
and the collective
Y ese cuidado
well-being,
individual, pues,
but
termina siendo el cuidado de los
individual
hogares
care
o el
is
cuidado
not
institucionalizado.
collective or
Pero el punto es que
community
en el
care.
discurso
If
del
then
protesta,
that
el cuidado
ends up
individual es el que
being
de alguna
the
manera
care for the home
entra
and
al mercado y si entra al
or
mercado
the
como que reproduce
institutionalized
relaciones
care,
capitalistas de
and
producción.
that enters the market and
Entonces hay como
reproduces
cierto rechazo a
capitalist
ese cuidado
relations,
individual
production
desde el punto de
relations. So
vista
there
de
is
no
a bit of
promocionarlo, por así decirlo, implícitamente. Entonces se generan unas tensiones conceptuales y epistemológicas
counter
a lo largo del documento.
of the individual
Y
care,
rescata la
and it
interdependencia en el cuidado
rescues
colectivo,
the
como si el cuidado individual no tuviera interdependencia.
collective care as
Toda
if it
relación de cuidado
didn't
es lo que
have
nosotros
an
venimos estudiando,
interdependence
el cuidado esencialmente
aspect.
es interdependiente.
And
Es
there
una
is a
relación
rejection of
social, y es
individual
parte de
care,
lo que
but it's
parece que el cuidado individual no tuviera.
there is a social
En el fondo,
relation as
entonces,
part of the individual care.
cuando uno va a las políticas, encuentra
So
hay toda una
when
cantidad de acciones. Cuando llegamos al
speak about the
capítulo ya de
policies,
políticas,
there
habla de
is
133 acciones
amount
de
of
política pública
actions, and when we
que
come
son
to the
bastante vastas,
chapter on policies,
dispersas, por así
they have
decirlo, desde el punto de
133
vista
actions
de un
listed
diseño de política
for
pública.
public policies, and they're very broad, and
Son
they're
apoyos
kind
a las
of
cuidadoras y especialmente al cuidado comunitario,
dispersed,
¿no?
which
Entonces está
and
bien
they
todo el apoyo a las cuidadoras,
basically
¿no?
relates
Pero en esa
to
discusión
the
desconoce,
support to
digamos,
the
reconoce el cuidado
caregivers.
hago como
So
trabajo de cuidado.
it
Pero el
recognized
trabajo
care as care work. However, unpaid care or unpaid care work is not recognized as work because it does not want to reproduce some types of social relations from that point of view. So there is a lot of lack of understanding on the materialistic tradition of work. We know that according to that tradition, it includes reproduction and commoditization of work. And that does not include the topic of the gender division of work, and that the community work always mentioned that, and then it disappears completely. When we talk of the word redistribution disappears, and the word co-responsibility emerges, and that has to do, that gives an idea of what is given. When we start looking at the social organization of care, that is part of the goal of this compass. It's not clear. And what the national care system is not clear either. It creates a ministry. So you suppose what the system is, but it's not clearly defined. It does not define care because it's scattered across many public policymakers, various systems of policymaking. Let's think of Paul Sabatier, who speaks about the public policies analysis. So he defines the Uruguayan care system or the one in Chile. They call it subsystem, and they deal with the rights of the caregivers and the dependent people. So you speak about rivers, the oceans, and the forests, and this is environmental policy. But the care for that is environmental policy. And when we talk about governance in care, I speak about decision-making space and coordination with civil society, which is interesting. And we have defined the concept of fields of care, realms of care that go from the early childhood to old age. It talks about disabilities as well. It's a dynamic that has its own players, their own players. So from the point of view that the care national system is undefined, and the subsystems that have a substantive element and another territorial element are undefined as well. And it is contained in the policy for urban development and public services policies, but one of the and the antecedents, the backgrounds I forgot to mention, is from the point of view of the scope, and I forgot to mention, is the feminist perspective. We have this gender perspective. And here we see the gender perspective, and we see an ethnical racial vision that ends up excluding the gender perspective. And this is the great challenge we've been facing as a great possibility for this policy, where we begin that begins to be, will be implemented this year. So that's what I had to say. Thank you very much. Thank you, Javier. Let's go on to the second presentation on the national care policy in Brazil that will be presented by Luana.
Aí, tá bom. Obrigada. Bom, boa tarde a todas as pessoas.
Good afternoon to all the people. I would like to add my own congratulations to all of you. I'm really, really happy to be here. Many years ago, I was at a research university from the federal government, thinking on how care should be proposed as a public policy, and now we are here presenting to you some things that we were able to build over the last 2.5 years. So this process of mobilizing this topic is possible, even though we have a lot of challenges in Brazil. I did not prepare a paper here. We are talking about a construction process for the national care policy and the public agenda. And I would like to share what we've been facing in the real life in the government. I will try to speak quickly about a subject, but not to speak too fast. I would like to start by telling you about the context of the creation of this policy and how we were able to put that forward in the agenda of the state. Of course, this is not a new topic. It's a new topic on the agenda of public policies. We had some policies that were related to care. The feminist movement has been demanding care policies for decades now, and the academia has been producing lots of studies, and we had a process of government administration or governmental transition when President Lula was elected in 2022. To start his administration in 2023, many sectorial groups that were formed for transition. It was important to think of the agenda of that government, that administration that was about to begin, and the central government received from various transition groups various demands to build a care policy and structure care policy, and the demand for a framework of care policy in the Brazilian government. And we needed to make a political decision to start thinking about this topic in the realm of the federal government. So the two structures were created. So the National Secretary for the Cares of the Family and the Economic Secretary for Economic care policies, which is joint construction by those two ministries. And we were undergoing a context that I don't have to elaborate more on. And finally, we understood that in Brazil, just like in other countries, there is an unfair, unsustainable, unequal structure of care which penalizes women and which puts on women an extraordinary load of care, but especially that load is even greater when we are talking about Black women. How did we start working on that in Brazil? We had an interministerial work group to think of the national policies, and that included 20 ministries, and then it involves ministries such as the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Women, and some others that were not initially involved, such as Science and Technology, the Ministry of Cities, etc. And then the secretary said, why do you want so many people? That is not going to work. And we answered, we can only build this national care policy if we have the involvement of most of the institutions that deploy policies. So we worked based on this group, which was coordinated by the Ministry of Women and the Ministry of Social Development, and they wanted to build a national policy. And I organized this presentation to talk about some challenges that we faced during this period. We have some documents that tell the story in a more descriptive way, but Javier mentioned a point that was mentioned very often over the last 2 days, which is to limit the concept of care, because that's a very broad concept.
Now, we're speaking a very wide-ranging subject, but when you're thinking about building a public policy, we really needed to draw the line as a contour for this policy and which set it apart from other spheres. Since we knew that this concept was already present in the public sphere, we've been discussing this for a long time in the government. We could be speaking about care for the environment, care for education. So we really needed to establish this concept quite clearly. So in the group that brought together representatives from the 20 ministries, we really needed to determine and describe what this was. So the first question we did was, what work do you do, daily work do you do that could be considered care work? So everyone answered. From their answers, we thought, well, care can be everything, and if care is everything, it's nothing. So we really put a lot of effort into determining what exactly constitutes this policy. So we determined that we described it as such. So we're not talking, we're going to be speaking, we considered that care was daily work, not ad hoc work, but daily work, repeated work that produces goods and services that are necessary for reproduction and sustaining life and guarantees social well-being. So we consider that care is a right and a need of all. Of course, in some points of life, you'll have more or less need, and as a public good, yesterday we had a master class of what is a public good. A public asset. Care is considered an essential public good or public asset, which creates much more for society as a whole, not only for the person who receives the care. So our second challenge was including care as a right within our normative framework. The Brazilian normative framework did not include care. As a result of this working group's efforts, last July we sent a project to the National Houses of Congress. It was read and approved by Congress and then ratified by the President. And this whole process took less than 6 months. from the very beginning up to the point where it was approved in December. It was read as an urgency and was approved practically unanimously in both houses of Congress. At that time, we were really unsure of how this would be received in Congress, and we were really afraid that important issues would be vetoed in our bill. And but no, of course we knew that some issues were not going to be approved. Uh, for example, the word gender in the Brazilian Congress as it is, we know that it would be no use using the word gender. So we spoke about sharing responsibility between men and women. We knew that Congress would not speak about gender. They would not accept anything that had to do with sexual orientation. We were also not able to mention intersectionality. So there were some words which we knew beforehand would be unacceptable to the Brazilian elected Congress as it is today. And we knew that some issues would be added. For example, newborns policies would need to be added. Some municipalities have included the newborn as a priority audience. These are because a law is always a living, and we must make sure that we remain active to make sure that the principles and guidelines that steer our policy are not disfigured. So the idea here was considering care as a right, and it must be reached through social co-responsibility and also co-responsibility within genders. In Brazilian law, that would be men and women, and also take into account the multiple inequalities that we have in Brazil. So what will set this policy apart is the fact that we know that any care policy must look at the people who require the care, but also to the people who deliver the care, right? So the carers themselves are the object of the public policy, and this is absolutely key to us. So these are the goals of the national care policy, but we need to, I won't go into details, but we speak about guaranteeing the right to care, guaranteeing decent work for those who do paid work. It's a very important feature in our plan. The idea of ensuring that personal, professional, and family lives and needs are respected, promoting decent work, the cultural changes that have to do with sexual, racial, and social work distribution, and so on and so forth. So our law says that care is a universal right, but of course this is something that is starting off. We are building, designing a policy, and of course we cannot next week say that we have met this right globally. We work on the basis of what we call progressive universalism and a universalism that is sensitive to differences. So the populations, the priority audiences for this policy are children and teenagers with special regard to early childhood, elderly people who need care, people with disabilities who require care, workers, paid workers who work in the care sector, and people who work in the care sector but in unpaid work. The third challenge was putting the policy in place, making it come true. So it institutionalizes the issue of care as an issue of public policy, but it does not actually determine and describe the concrete actions which will put this into effect. So the plan to put it into effect is something that will be developed by each office, and we've developed a visual identity for the plan for this instance, and we are determining the details for the official launch of the program in Brazil. We're negotiating the date of the launch. It's currently undergoing a review, and we're always building upon the plan because it's a living plan, and as we move along and move forward between municipalities and states and federal governments, so does our plan. There is a governance mechanism within the plan, which is a parity with social civility. The number of representatives of the government will be matched by the number of representatives from civil society. So now this is our huge challenge, and this is my last slide, because it really is a complex issue. In the context we live in today, implementing such an important group of policies is quite a challenge. In the Brazilian case, when we speak about this type of plan, we are always speaking about implementing new services, increasing the scope of some pre-existing services, reorganizing others, and creating brand new ones. So there's we need a huge budget to do so, and we need this is something brand new, so we really need to draw upon that. And the last challenge is guaranteeing intersectoral, cross-cutting work. It's very hard to bring different institutions together in a way that is not simply one institution coming along and stating their intentions and so on and so forth. We don't want to that. The idea here is building collectively and creating a set of policies that at this point will integrate social assistance and healthcare policies. So the idea is to create services that are fully integrated, but this is our need, but it is also at the same time a huge challenge. Another challenge is implementing it in the Brazilian territory, because much of the care is currently in Brazil under the auspices of the municipalities. So the idea of reaching an accord with the municipalities, with the actors, to make sure it comes into effect is truly important. So we're going to open a process for the states and municipalities to come on board the plan. We also have a challenge, which is ensuring legitimacy for the policy. We are still at a point in which this policy needs to be defended, because first and foremost, the people need to begin to understand what it is. Talk to people along, if you meet someone in the street and say, oh, we're developing a care plan, people will come up to you automatically and ask, what do you mean by care? So the first thing we need to do is to make sure that society as a whole understands what we're talking about. When we take an extra 30 seconds to explain what care is, everybody gets it. But right off the bat, it seems something that's new. It's not like a policy for education. Everybody knows what education is. But the government understands that this policy is both important and necessary. Up to this point in time, governments relied on women within their homes to do this work. It was and is still something that works. But we really need to overcome several issues and several hurdles in institutions and with people, so people can understand that it is important. Another challenge is knowing that there is no organized social movement that encompasses these issues. So we're talking about the feminist movement, but also the children's movement, the elderly movement, the movement of people with disabilities, all of which have different ethos, different agendas, and sometimes they are in discord. They disagree. So what we're trying to do here is to come together and build a basis on which these diverse groups can come together. Angela, I'm almost finished. So, ensuring a budget. Of course, this is a challenge for any social policy, whether it regards to care or not. It's really complex in a context, especially here in Brazil, where we're dealing with a context of huge fiscal restrictions. So it's been really hard for us to obtain the budget to implement these policies. We are really fighting for funds within the government, and the society outside is also fighting for funding. What we're doing is trying to pave the way and obtain the necessary funding. But of course, this is a gap. This is a point, and it places an actual stranglehold in what can be done. So, and the next one is ensuring that the issue of care is prioritized and constitute a political hub. So this is a challenge. We need to resist the risks that this issue poses when a conservative movement is on the rise in Brazil. Because this, our issue can be discussed from a conservative point of view, which focuses on women's roles within the home, and the fact when the discussion happened in the houses of Congress, we were really very attentive because people from different ideologies understood that the issue was at its heart very important. But anyway, diverging positions have divergent goals for this policy. So we really need to pay a lot of attention and make sure that this is not morphed into a conservative point of view. We want to ensure that its revolutionary characteristics are upheld. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Luana. So moving on to our third presentation, building a national care policy in Chile, the way forward and challenges. Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate. It's the first time I take part in this symposium. I've attended meetings before, and I am so happy to have the opportunity to share with you what Chile Cuida is about. And this is I am doubly happy because not only did I work in designing and enforcing the policy, but also from the fact of my background and my heart, which stems from sociology, which is the point of view I adopt when I'm developing such policies. So I'll start off by telling you a story. This is the 4th year of President Gori in office, and I led the ministry 4 years ago, and one of our mandates was building a national care system. But when we took to the streets and we asked the political actors what a care system was, people made faces and they didn't understand what we were talking about. We went out in the field and we saw that the real context in which care happened. And when we were speaking about an intersectional feminist system, we heard a testimony that said that all she needed was to have good mental health and have no one bother her. This video really explains the path we trod, because when we were designing the project, and we hope this bill is approved, we needed to do this back to front. We had to design the materiality of services to try to show the demands that exist in our country. I don't know if it can be translated. We don't have any incoming audio. We don't have incoming audio. The booth cannot translate because there is no incoming audio. Interpretation for the video is currently halted because there is no incoming audio.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Estas tres historias,
Thank you very much. Those three stories,
estas tres historias yo creo que enmarcan muy
these
bien lo
three
que para nosotros Chile
stories
cuida. Y siempre reiteramos que se llama Chile
show
cuida porque
what
detrás de esto no
Chile
está solamente
Cuida,
política
Chile
pública, sino
Cares
también una idea de país, una
is.
idea de sociedad
Behind
sobre la cual
this
nosotros queremos
program
construir.
called
Pero
Chile Cares,
quizás
Chile
pensando y
Cuida,
haciendo eco de lo que
there
señalaba
is an
Javier,
idea
nosotros
of
quisimos partir
public
desde el
policy,
punto de
but
vista
also
más
an
pragmático de los
idea of a
escenarios que eran más
society we
particulares para
want
nuestro
to
país.
build.
En primer lugar,
Speaking
cuando
of
nosotros asumimos el
what
liderazgo del
Javier
gobierno,
said, we wanted to
constituyente de
start
medidas
from a pragmatic point of view. When we
de manera mucho más progresista, otras de una manera más
were
restringida,
inaugurated, we had
más lento.
faced
Somos un gobierno que
two
además no tiene mayorías en la Cámara ni en el Congreso, con lo tanto este gobierno es
constitution
más particular porque
processes
conocemos
that
de
had
pocos
failed.
estados que todavía
We
siguen
are a government that
subsidiarios.
does not have
Conocemos
a
estados
majority
socialdemocráticos de
in
derecho. Entonces,
parliament,
¿cómo construir
but
este camino para
we
poder avanzar en una
are
política
a
pública que
democratic
busque instalar el
social
derecho como cuarto pilar de la
state
protección
for
social
the rule of
en su
law,
triple dimensión, pero
and
que además le haga
having
sentido ciudadano a las personas
public
para que los
policy
vaivenes políticos que
that
tenemos el día de mañana no se
has
desmonte fácilmente, ¿no?
care
Nosotros
for
cuando
and rights for the
desarrollamos este
fourth
ejercicio
as
y
a
Ina, y
fourth
aprovecho
pillar
de
of
agradecerte porque
social
se hizo el
justice
abordaje
will
en el día
make
de hoy en la
it more
administración pública, poder
difficult
escribir
to
nos
be
sirve mucho para
dismantled.
decantar ciertas cuestiones.
And
Básicamente nuestro propósito es un ejercicio descriptivo que
leaving
yo creo que es una elaboración, pero que
the
busca compartir
public
con ustedes cómo avanzar en
administration
esta política, ¿no?
and
¿Qué es lo que
writing
nosotros nos
on a few
propusimos?
topics
Primero,
enabled
hacer una
me
revisión de
to have a
perspectivas teóricas
to
lo más
access a
amplias posible, pero
description
decantando en que
and
primero lo que
a
queríamos eran
descriptive
controles
experience.
prudentes.
And
Sí,
what was
y
my
sobre todo
proposal when
nosotros tratamos de
I
entender, y ahí
wrote this
agradecemos
book?
también la acogida
We
que tienen
didn't
varios organismos
that
internacionales, la comprensión del
made
cuidado
us
como
go
una
to the
categoría política y
reflective
vinculada a las desigualdades
ideas
estructurales,
on
de la
care
necesidad de
and to
transformaciones
understand
en la
the care
organización
as a
social de la vida
political
colectiva,
category
pero
that
también
is
de la división
connected
sexual del
to
trabajo. Y para nosotros se
structural
volvía fundamental poder
inequalities
entender el
that
cuidado como una
also
dimensión
includes
central
the
dentro de la protección social
gender-based division of
territorial en Chile. ¿Por
labor.
qué? Porque
It
parecíamos
was
de varios
uh,
desafíos.
we
Primero,
were
nosotros
very
veíamos
careful
que
to
Chile,
see that
si
as
bien
the
tenía
core
buenos rendimientos económicos en general, las cifras
issue
de desigualdad
in
no se han movido desde la dictadura. Es más,
creating a
tenemos una desigualdad
policy
permanente
in
pese a que los
the
niveles de pobreza
dimension
bajan.
of the country
Tenemos
of
una política
Chile.
social
The
tremendamente
numbers of
fragmentada con programas súper
inequality
pequeñitos.
never
Ninguno de
changed
los
since the
programas tiene una
dictatorship. So we
universalidad ni
have
siquiera
a very
progresiva
fragmented
y por tanto son
social
programas sociales
policy without
hiperfocalizados
any
que además, dado el
universal
estado subsidiario,
programs.
el
They are
desarrollo de la
so
política
hyper-focused. Additionally, the development of social policy was guided to outsource everything to civil society. In other words, the skeleton of the state was very weak. It was so weak that some territories had only two staff to meet the needs of the people with some type of disability. So we look at care as a right and as a public function. The services to the citizens, even though they might have a part of the private participation, must be assumed by the state. We need to think about the well-being of people based on understanding them as subjects of rights, and we need to look at the tensions that exist to realize the rights of the people who are caregivers that are unpaid, for instance, and that and not having a majority in Congress, we should convince the population that the state had to provide that system and that we needed to provide a well-being to the population, and that the social programs did not belong to ministries such as the Ministry of Work, of Ministry of Labor, etc., or the Ministry of Housing, but to be a transversal, articulate policy. And we decided to create a dialogue to work. We had to work with the idea of family and the idea of state and the idea of realizing fulfilling rights. Many people do not recognize themselves as caregivers or care workers. So we decided to travel the country and give people credentials, different credentials. And that was reflected in some benefits such as preferential service and some public-private agreements and some discounts, and the construction of centers such as the ones that you saw in the video that are not in the big cities, but they are located mainly in rural areas and areas that are far away from the capital city. So we have 6 centers, especially in the Araucani region, where we have a conflict between the Chilean state and the Mapuche people. And we have centers in border areas, migration areas, and after establishing this service network, we were able to reach a national policy of support and care with the participation of 10 ministries led by the Social Development Ministry, the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality. We advanced in an intersectorial perspective, and we created the national care plan with 100 very concrete goals, and it's an intersectorial network to guarantee the rights to the people who need care and the ones who provide care. In a country like Brazil, it would be deploying a system like that would be very complex, but I think there is some ideas can be used by you. There, especially the fact that, for instance, many people do not recognize themselves as caregivers and are not recognized by society as such. And Also, one of the allocations that for taxes that grew over this administration was this one. That was one of the few, by the way. And that is a way of giving back time to enriching redistribution. Our population, the audience of this program are the girls and boys, adolescents, and the elderly, and people who are caregivers who are paid and unpaid. And we want to universalize the care this year. 2 weeks ago, we received 104 votes out of 150. First, the lower house, where the traditional right wing approved the project. And now we're starting the process in our Senate. So that was very important to us because this has a component of revising the technical area. We work with 22 ministries, and we identified 60 social programs that contributed for care, but they were very fragmented. So we built a framework for interoperability, and we filled in some gaps in coverage. We looked at how the care market was being built in Chile, and we had some important components of participation, and 85% of the requests and demands that emerged during this dialogue were included in the legislation, the Bill of Law. So at the beginning of next year, we will have some participatory project for approval. And I would like to conclude by talking about two things. First of all, we covered the need to be transversal, and now we have a name. When we say Chile Cuida, Chile Cares, people know what that's about, and they have a material vision of how those routes to well-being will be built. And we have also deeply political sense, and that must be built through public policies. We know that we have great challenges, such as in the case of the same centers, we are now trying to design measures to learn whether the care is being given on a community level or whether we are overloading the same areas. So the governance changes, and we create a new norms in the same territory. We know that we have structural obstacles that we overcame, but we worked on this for 3 years, and thanks to the president and the ministers and their willingness to work, we reached a good result. But now we need a multi-level intersectorial governance that recognizes the work together with local and national levels. Finally, we would like to advance in financial sustainability because we have a tax discussion that is very relevant, but we had many problems to advance in that, thanks to the difficulties we have in our parliament. Thank you very much. Now let's go to our next discussant, Valentina Perrotta, who is a researcher and at the Facultad de Ciencias Sociales de Uruguay, and she is the academic coordinator for the gender perspectives in care. She also worked for CIPOL and the Eurosocial Plus program in gender policies. Recently, she organized the book La Sociedad del Cuidado en Políticas de la Vida, and together with Javier Pineda. I'm so sorry, I can't pronounce the name of the other author. Karina Batiani. Okay, Batiani. So, do I have 15 minutes? I believe 20. Is it 20 for the discussant? Very good. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Nadia Regina and all the team in this project for the invitation. It's a pleasure to participate in this panel right now. Most of what has been said here is not part of my life anymore in terms of international consultancy, because now I am taking the responsibility of direction of care in Uruguay, and the government of Uruguay. Over the last month, I was very embedded in these academic spaces, so I feel very at ease with all of that. In addition, I would like to comment on the work of so many incredible colleagues. And in these two papers who have to do with the reality of a process of building a national care policy, and also a paper that was written based on the feminist gaze in sociology. That's such a big mix, such a great mix, and I can't talk about everything. In terms of the public policies, I cannot talk about each one of them, but I will present I will talk about Uruguay, and I will talk about the challenges in Uruguay and these three countries actually. Those challenges were that's what I was asked to talk about those challenges. I see at least three challenges. One of them is the conceptualization in the concept of care, and that's very present in the papers. When we ask ourselves, what is care and how do we define care? How does the feminist concept of care expresses itself in national policies? The second one has to do with institutionalization of care in state policies, and the other one has to do with the transformative impacts of policies that are still very weak, but will be can be strengthened, but are at risk if we do not conceptualize them correctly. Let's start from number one. I will recover the feminist literature, and I will Latin American feminist literature. We have some authors here, and I would like to talk to say that this is really pervasive in these three proposals of public policies, including the Uruguayan one. It is very good to make explicit to explicitate the notion of care in the documents on public policies. International bodies have great value. They help us have meetings, presentations, like Laura said earlier today, and it also recovers the feminist movements and the production by those movements and by feminists. But those concepts are not born in international organisms. And that's important to highlight because they collaborate a lot with the governments in various aspects, but some notions are not born among women. And in that sense, as I said, in the case of Colombia, the paper recovers not just the Latin American point of view on care, but it mentions that the care policy in Colombia somehow makes itself accountable for its proposal. Clearly, this region defined this region. This region defined itself to talk about care as a right and not just as work. And that's a core dimension of social inequalities and gender inequalities. And when we talk about gender, we say gender is not a concept per se, but a political concept. And if it does not have a transformative goal, we're talking about different things, but not about care. The way the academy and the feminist movements defined it, gender is a political definition. Now I would like to present this picture here, this image, departing from this thread here. This thread is present in the policies of unpaid and paid work. And what the thread means that all of that are under risk. We have a legislation for care, and we advanced very little in the redistribution of the care work. But thanks to Javier and thanks to academia who are here to warn us, this is not, those risks can hinder the entire policy, the elaboration of policies on care. So I'm not going to discuss what care is, but as a part of the academia and as part of public policy makers, we must define what is care and what does not belong to the notion of care. And Brazil does that wonderfully in its policy with examples that go beyond care and what are the objects of public policies in terms of care. I think it is very clear what the colleagues mentioned here. Luana spoke about recurrence and everyday life instruments and the differences that exist between nurses who have to vaccinate someone. That's not an everyday type of care, but giving insulin to a child who depends on that to be well, and which is performed by what parents do at home, has to do with the need for life in everyday life.
On the other hand, determining that care is the very object of the care policies, we must understand the definition of care, which is that care which can be shared and can be delegated from family to the state, from women to men. But those actions can only be delivered by a specialized professional, for example, surgery, and that is not part of the care policy. My point of view, that is brilliant. Understanding what care is and what lies within the scope of public policy. As Javier and Suela mentioned regarding Colombia, when policy defines care in a very wide manner, when it brings into care environmental care and so on, the scope is laid wide open. And in that sense, it is an unreachable goal for this policy. And it is impossible to fund. So please, let's try and be strategic. In Uruguay, this is something that we question a lot regarding, for example, ecofeminist critique of law, which has become obsolete because it is too wide-ranging. So let's start off from here. I'm not saying that it is not part of a theoretical framework. Let's move on to the next issue, just so I can explain what I mean. What is an object of public policy and what is not its object? I think there's lots to contribute here. And regarding the environment, in a wider definition, we may consider that the environment is part of life and of care. However, as Javier said, it is not part of the object of care. We cannot bring all of that into the fold because that would bring too many challenges on board. We already have so many challenges. Should we also add to that with environmental changes? Absolutely not. Let's try and pare it down because that's impossible to commit to. It would not be viable. Next step. Another aspect that has to do with the challenge of understanding what care is terms that are not progressive. Not everyone speaks about responsibility or a society of care by putting care at the heart of issues. There are several meanings that pertain to gender and race, and actually in Uruguay, this notion of co-responsibility led to the approval of a bill that regulated shared guardianship between parents, but it was entirely regressive when it came to boys or girls who had been abused by their parents, either parents. When there was a conflict, when there was no consensus between the parents, under the notion of co-responsibility, the right wing was brought into the fold. So we use some terms that were created by the feminists, but used in a sense that is not feminist, to make sure that care becomes a community burden. The second challenge, institutionalization. There are several contributions from Brazilian and Chilean cases come into under this, who showed us how to create a sustainable policy process, especially in Chile, which includes the issue of governance, interinstitutional governance. And where does the state's leadership lie, and how care should be the object of public and strategic planning, and how organization is related to that, and how that organization relates to the care policies. So it requires significant leadership. Of course, we're speaking about different ministries who need to come on board, and we must learn from experience. The experience in Uruguay, in the Ministry of Social Development, and who faces a myriad of challenges in terms of budgeting and structure. Now, a ministry that speaks about development shouldn't deal with poverty, for example, but it does need to deal with policy. So if we put down such policies as care under the care of a ministry that does not cater to wide-ranging policies, it won't work. There is no such thing as a tried and true recipe which fits all. So those that may exert some influence in public spheres need to push for other ministries to take up the responsibility as well. I know how that happens in Uruguay, but this will differ between countries. The Chilean study puts down clear examples as laying down care as a central policy for the state, and this is really truly important. And what about the next step? Well, this is something that was very well explained by all of the presentations. It is not a new ministry, but rather a duty of all these sectors, ministries, to consider care within their scope of work. Why? Because as Laura very clearly stated today, to have rights to housing, healthcare, and so on, these institutions need to take on a certain amount of responsibility regarding care. It cannot be delegated to one ministry all in its own. Next, so we are in a learning curve. That's right. We've been implementing this project for 10 years within governments that were at first progressive. This is when the system was created, and then a right-wing government for 5 years, and now we've regained some breathing space, so to speak. And I think it's interesting to look at this Uruguayan experience as a model, as a learning model with achievements and problems. And I think it's very enriching to try out several tools, as Chile and Brazil said, to consolidate policies that defend their rights. Having a law doesn't guarantee these rights. What would be the ultimate goal? This is very clear for Uruguay and for example, gender violence cases. In other words, the symbolic aspects are very important, obviously, but it doesn't by itself guarantee rights. It's very far from guaranteeing rights. So these resources may come from concrete programs which change people's life, but we cannot consider that we've done it when we have put the law into effect, because there's still a long way to go after that. Because we have laws, we have systems, but what is on the inside? How many people do we reach? And what transformative impact are we achieving? This is the last issue of the challenges that I wanted to mention. And that's what I meant to say when I spoke about co-opting. We're speaking about care as seen by political parties, but also the problem of birth, decreasing birth rates. So we need our politicians must tell them that we need a system of care that guarantees rights. Should we simply sponsor births and put more people in precarious situations? Should we do that? So children are sometimes at home, their moms are not there. We spoke about an increase in productivities. Women are, of course, entitled to work and to obtain funds. We cannot say that we want a care system to increase productivity. That's not it. The right of women to having a job and people's rights is receiving care, and that increases productivity. That's fine, but that's not the ultimate goal of care systems. The last one, which is really very present here in our region, is the romanticization regarding community care. What is a community care that we want in place based on our care systems? Do we want poor women to create such structures in their home or community restaurants? And do we want the government to keep on exploiting these women without recognizing their importance? No. As was said for Colombia, we want to recognize this work, but failing to redistribution, and if we fail to look at inequalities, structural inequalities in communities and homes of these women, we would not contribute towards a change in gender-related transformation of work. So what is community care? How can we bring communities into the fold in our national system of care without reproducing gender inequalities? This is a real challenge, but we cannot delegate the responsibility of the state to the community. This is what Javier and Sue Ellen said in their essay. So co-responsibility is not the same as redistribution. And what we want is redistribution. Now, the government is the main and central actor, and it bears the burden of guaranteeing care. So this is where I'll wrap up with this issue for discussion. Thank you very much.
Bom, temos tempo para
Well, now we have time for a few questions.
Sim. Boa noite a todas as pessoas.
Good
Me chamo
evening,
Edson,
everyone.
sou de
My
Recife,
name is
Pernambuco.
Edson. I hail from
E
Recife,
vim
Pernambuco,
para perguntar
and
diretamente para
I
Luana.
wanted to ask a
Primeiro,
question
parabenizar toda a
directly to
mesa
Luana.
pelas
First,
excelentes colocações.
congratulate the panel as a whole for your
Quando a
excellent
gente fala da política
information.
de cuidado, né,
But
eu
I wanted
trabalho
to
na
ask
política de
Luana, when
assistência
we speak
social, que é um
about
conselho
care
de assistência
policies, I work
social,
with
junto
social
com a minha colega também,
assistance
Taquiane. E aí a
development with
pergunta é em
Takiani, who's
relação à
also here
lei,
with us today.
Luana.
And so my
A gente
question, Luana,
percebe
had
que
to
não
do
existe uma
with the
definição
legal
mais
sphere. We
específica
know
de
that there is
trabalhadores e
no
trabalhadoras
specific
remunerados no
definition
cuidado.
of
Você
paid
tem algum
workers
aporte em
acting
relação ao
in
Brasil dessa
the
perspectiva?
care industry.
De
If
definição
Brazil
dessa
has any
perspectiva, né? Quando a
contributions
gente fala de
toward
trabalhadores e trabalhadoras
determining this perspective,
remunerados no cuidado.
when we
Isso é
speak
uma
about
grita, né,
paid
de várias
workers in
pessoas
the
que
care
trabalham na
segment,
política pública,
this
no SUS,
is
na educação. Acho
something
que
that many people who
pensar
work
e
with
definir melhor quem são
education
esses
and public
trabalhadores e
policies
trabalhadoras.
demand
Na
is
experiência
to
dos outros
consider
países, eu
and
acho que
determine
o que
who
foi
these
muito
workers
mencionado é
are.
o Sistema
What
Nacional de
was
Cuidado.
mentioned
E
in
aí, se existe
several
alguma
other
perspectiva na
countries here
Secretaria em relação
today,
a esse
by several
sistema,
other countries here today,
também a
is a
gente sente
system of
falta
care.
do controle
And
social
so
em relação a
we
essa
also wanted
política.
to
Né? Não
know
sei se
about
outros
social
países têm algum
control
tipo
of
de
these
controle
policies. I
social.
don't know if
O povo
other
tá
countries
junto
have
para
any
pensar essa
type of
política
social
pública
control,
ou a
if
partir
whether the
apenas do
people of
governo.
a given country can
E
come
aí, como
together
é
with the
que se foi
government to
pensado em
consider these
relação a
public
conselhos, né?
policies and
Conselhos
determine
nacionais,
them,
como existe em
and
outras políticas
whether
públicas sociais
councils
aqui no
were
Brasil. E
considered or
também em
boards
relação ao
like we have
financiamento
for
do
other
fundo, né?
public policies.
Quando a
And
gente pensa numa
lastly,
política pública
regarding
estruturada, a gente tem
financing or funds, when
conselho e
we
plano,
consider
fundo e
a
política, né?
well-structured
E aí a gente não
public policy,
percebe
we
a
know that there
definição
is a
de um
council
fundo
or
para
a
a
board
política de cuidados.
and
Isso
funds
seria
directed
uma
towards
questão
that. So
para
we
se
know
pensar
that
aqui no
we are
Brasil, se tem
unaware of
alguma
funds
experiência em
directed
outro
for
país
care
de
policies.
ter um
So this is an issue
organismo
in
próprio
Brazil,
de
and we wanted to know
arrecadação e
whether any other
financiamento desse próprio
countries
governo em
have their own
relação
mechanisms
à
for
política de
fund
cuidado nesse
collection
caso.
and direction for care. Thank you. Good evening. I think it's already evening, right? My name is Cleide Pinto. I work at Fenatrad. And firstly, as I did yesterday, I'd like to thank the government in office right now, which has given us the possibility to discuss and debate our category. And as I said yesterday, the May situation is also a problem for care policies because we always try to do things to improve, but there are certain loops that do exist, and these loops rend us. Rent, lay us wide open to these loopholes, lay us wide open to reinterpretation or reclassification. This is a concern for Fenatrad, and we're not speaking. Legislation, Brazilian legislation says that every person who works within a home is a domestic worker. However, there are some institutions or others who want to break our category apart, and this might actually weaken 100-year-old struggle in which we have really tried to make sure that domestic work is duly valid. This is a concern of us. This is one of our concern of ours. Domestic work encompasses everything, families, sometimes the dogs. We don't even have to care for the dogs. We care for the home. All of this is under the heading of care. So as FENATRAD, as an institution, as I mentioned yesterday, the category of May, which was at the outset a good thing, is now being used to deviate from the classification of domestic work. Good afternoon. I hail from Colombia, and I have two questions. Maybe they're silly questions, but I'd like to know. Firstly, in Colombia, some time ago, and in Latin America, we started speaking about care, and they wanted to place us within an issue that's still not too clear to us. In Colombia, they're saying that we're not workers in the home, but rather caregivers. These are different things. So there should be a convention of domestic work and another for caregivers, but caregivers will never fit into the same category as domestic workers. Domestic work is still demonized, and it's hard to do. So this is a concern of mine. And I also would like to know
que no lo conocíamos y estoy muy preocupada porque realmente es una cosa que está ahogando a todo el mundo.
Determine this alignment. Does it stem from the United Nations? It's something that is widespread throughout the world. So we're feeling a bit behind the times in understanding this. Maybe we will disappear as a category, the domestic workers, and now the issue of caregivers has come up. That's what I wanted to ask. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Thais, and I'd like to ask a question which connects our panel in the morning. It's something that really, a question that kept running in my mind, which is trying to understand the context in which some concepts or some issues that have to do with care policies are being contested by the extreme right. We've gone through some very challenging moments. Luana mentioned them at the end of her speech. These pro-birth, family-oriented parental alienation and such policies, which are being considered, and they are being absorbed into the issue of care. So I'd like to know, how can we consider this from the point of view of law and rights? And based on what Regina was saying, I considered, how can we consider that a family is necessarily heteronormative, which will not consider care more inclusively? How care, the concept of care itself, is being swamped by other areas.
I'm Kelly. I am a postdoctoral student at USP, but I'm also a member of Instituto Politis, which is an NGO that's been working for almost 40 years in Sao Paulo on the rights, in Brazil, on the rights to the city. We've been in contact with the national policymakers for care, but it's a challenge. And how we can, my question is, how do we decenter the national policies? How does it come to the territory? And how do we guarantee that it is effective? Keeping in mind that we have fewer resources and more difficulties compared to the national level to implement, to deploy these policies. So we know many things in this aspect of care. This comes from civil society. A lot of the pressure comes from civil society. And if you have strategies on how to territorialize these policies, it would be interesting to listen to your comments. Thank you very much for the questions. I will pass the floor to the members of the panel so that they can answer the questions very briefly in order. So Javier, Luana, and Francisca.
Gracias, Angelo. Voy a comenzar por
Thank you,
esta última
Angelo.
pregunta de
I
la
will start from the last question, which is about
mencionando algo que no alcancé a
territorialization,
presentar
mentioning something that I didn't manage to present at the beginning, and that is the difficulty to articulate, to join the care policies with the care system and the social policies. And that's what happens in the Colombian case. We include some small actions, but there is no coordination, especially with the social security system in health, which is very important. So there is that's a realm of action that can encompass the households, but that's a complicated thing to deploy, and that happened in Colombia because the health care system, we couldn't pass the policy for that, the laws. And speaking of the policies for children and teenagers, there is an institutionality that comes from the mid 20th century, which is very important for the care policies, and that's a mandatory prerequisite to create the care systems. Those are political proposals of the political groups for the special territories. And in the case of Bogota, it was the women's movement which negotiated 8 points to create the national care system. And then the government started to discuss and created policies that became institutional policies, and that points to an urban policy with the gender perspective, but which is a social policy that has to do with health and social protection as well. And you also asked whether domestic house cleaners or domestic workers are considered caregivers, yes, they are considered caregivers, but there is no labor there. There is no paid work in that. So, however, then domestic workers, they have their own name. They are domestic workers. And there is a common language to refer to them. And in Colombia, we do not have this conflict that exists in Brazil between the domestic workers and the home care workers, which happens in Brazil, at least up to until now. We haven't had that. The other workers are assistant nurses, etc., but not domestic workers. And I wanted to talk about the topic of the programs. One indicator to learn about the success of care programs is how many decent jobs it creates. And the national policy is creating jobs that include care work. And here we have a trap, the gender trap that poverty creates. So in 1996, an article referred to that, because many programs exist and they alleviate poverty, but they do not have a gender perspective. And that's the big trap that public policies can fall into very easily. And it's another indicator that we must take into account. There are many other indicators.
Bom, queria também agradecer as perguntas
I would like to thank you for the questions, and I would like to thank Valentina for her comments. I think you spoke about many important things, and I have a few questions that we can talk more about. And answering quickly to the questions that were asked, starting from Edson, in terms of paid care work. In the legislation, we have a priority group. We consider the paid care workers as priority group. But there was a concern about not having a roster of occupations in the legislation. And if we did that, if we listed some care jobs, all the groups would claim that, and we would be in an infinite loop of inclusion of different groups. So the strategic decision we made was talking about the paid feminine care workers, the domestic workers, and the caregivers working in institutions. That's the group that is being looked at because of how big it is and because of the precariousness of those occupations. And differently from Uruguay and Chile, we're not talking about a system in Brazil. But in Brazil, a system has a different characteristic. When we talk about systems in Brazil, we're talking about the federation responsibilities. Here in Brazil, we have healthcare, we have educational policies, and what we're talking about, the coordination between these systems and funds. We're not creating a care fund right now. We're working for the increase of the existing funds. We work from a care policy that uses the pre-existing systems. We are not talking about a new care system in Brazil. And the last point that deals with social control. And I spoke very quickly about that when I presented that, and what we forecast in the national creation, as a sign of the national plan, is a governance structure coordinated by the Ministry of Women, the Ministry for Human Rights, and the Ministry of Health. That this will be a partnership between the government and civil society. We're not talking about councils now. We had some dialogue with civil society representatives to understand the demands by civil society in terms of social control, and there was a rejection of that group to the councils. There are lots of critiques, various articles and research and studies on the issue of councils, and the demands we had was to create another structure and a possibility of monitoring territories. We're creating the strategic account, this monitoring strategy that is participatory, that can also feed the policy on the national level. And what Thais said, that the concept of care is being disputed, and we need to be very strategic in terms to think about how we position ourselves and what we present to the public. And one interesting thing for us to think about is paternity leave. We have a 5-day leave today, and for the public sector and for some companies that decide to give this special rights to men, is to extend this to 20 days. And there was a proposal of a bill of law to create an extension of paternity leave to 60 days progressively. And today, the ones who lead this project in Senate is the far right, and they've been pushing that agenda in the Senate and to extend the paternity leave. And the rapporteur is Senator Damaris Alves, who used to be a minister at the Bolsonaro administration. So we have some concepts that can be easily transferred from one wing to another. So finally, in terms of territorialization, I would like to mention 2 strategies we've been thinking about. On one hand, we are thinking about a national pact once the project is launched, especially thinking of capital cities and big cities for the municipal care plans and funding and financing. But it is an important fact also to be made in social care, social assistance, health, and education. We are beginning this training to public workers on the state and municipal levels, and we will have a new training course for federal public workers, and we will start that on the state and on the city level. It will be a permanent continuing education course, and because we have a great, and this challenge is very big in a country like Brazil, as big as Brazil. People live in cities, and we needed to deploy some, implement some policies that will reach those people. Thank you very much for the questions and Valentina for the comments. Some things I would like to add is that in the case of Chile, regarding social organization, the organization of women caregivers was essential. We were speaking during lunch and we were having conversations and we were saying that it was very interesting to see how those women pressured some of the politicians. The participatory processes are being very intense in the context of low unionization, such as Chile. We have some important points to be made. We do not have, we have some associations, but we are working together with the women workers to talk about domestic workers, paid workers, and new categories of women who are workers who are not paid. And as we saw this year, women participated a lot in those participatory processes. That was all balanced. And today we talk about this in a more open way in academia. And I would like to congratulate them, all the women who participated in this process of policy making. I would like to also highlight that in Europe, that we have a Latin American production, and because in Europe those care systems or the welfare systems are completely exhausted, and in Latin America we are having discussions with feminist movements, women's movements, and having a mixture of different races and social classes, etc. The discussion is very different from that in Europe. And we also have the World Conference of Social Development that will happen at the end of the year, where we will be able to have further discussions. We can build a national structure for governance, but if we're not articulated with civil society, it will be a kind of dead word instead of a living word. I mentioned a country that has lots of cities, lots of municipalities, but we are thinking about incorporating a territorial perspective to define somehow the concept of care according to different territories. The first exercise our team makes is mapping the people to get to know the different individuals.
So this has given power to local authorities and also extends powers to grassroots organizations. And as Javier said, this is a strong process in a system of change and interoperability in the health system. For example, having unified attention outposts where people can obtain health care, speak about vaccination programs, speak with social workers in such a way that overcomes the prior division between social services and healthcare. This is a very important institutional change because healthcare policies nowadays are much stronger than they were if compared to our relatively weak social policies. But I wanted to mention two more things very quickly. We are working at the level of community. This means that we need to create measuring mechanisms by which we can design public policies which can lend protection against any possible precariousness that might be engendered. And we must create systems that are upheld by community. As for Chile, we need a community supported by the state, and we understand that that is key to social cohesion. And the results we've had when we look at development of, for example, community spaces in neighborhoods, we are strengthening the social community environment, and this is something we must deal with in order to obtain results. As Javier said, quality must be an indicator of results in the systems and also in terms of the distribution of time. This is key because the use of time in these surveys is key because we must determine what can be done and what cannot be done in terms of the people's available time. And lastly, I'd like to extend an invitation to academia because at least that is what happened in our country. When social design, social intersectoral project designs come up and systems for determining or evaluating public policies and budgeting, well, they're not used to this type of public policies. These are indicators that are new to solve a problem or a symptom that was not considered prior in terms of interoperability. And this is a problem, a flaw, which is reproduced in the policies that are designed. So it would be very interesting if academia could produce indicators that could analyze complex phenomena which cannot be analyzed as they are being done today. So I would like to extend an invitation to academia. I'll be as quick as possible. As Francisca said, governance of care as a point of view means a state reform in rethinking the way the state is considered vertically. So all in different boxes, safety or healthcare or other sectors which do not draw on common lines of care. So the question of our Colombian friend who asked about the name, the fact that they want carers to disappear, to me, public policies and care system faces a huge challenge because we want to grow stronger with a collective system for collective actors. And this, of course, means not only recognize the differences between carers or different profiles, but if we want to call the sector the care sector, to make it more visible and show that it contributes at a such and such percentage to the population through women, the sector would be really powerful if they can deliver so much service to so many people. But that's not what happens. While our sector is fragmented, fragmented, it'll never be strong. If everyone recognizes themselves as caregivers, that means empowering others who have less knowledge and are in a more precarious situation. And of course, some workers are part of a union that is stronger than another. And some of these people are politicians and they negotiate. But the idea is never to render invisible those who face worse living conditions. Quite the opposite. We want to make sure that the industry, that the sector is more visible and improve conditions for all, always recognizing the specificities and particularities inherent to each and every one. Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank Javier, Luana, Francisca, Valenciana. Thank you for this panel. It was so interesting. I could just sit here and listen to you for a long, long time, but unfortunately, I think Nadia would have a stroke if I did that, if we kept going here. But so thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Bueno, buenas tardes, noches casi. Vamos a terminar la agenda del día de hoy con la
So let's wrap up the agenda for today with the participation and conference delivered by Karina Batiani. I know that most of you are already familiar with her work, but I will introduce her anyway. Karina Batiani is a sociologist, and she holds a doctorate in sociology from the University of Versailles, and she was a teacher at the La República de Uruguay University, and she still is a professor there. Now, during this cycle, working in the research group on care,
desde muchos años antes la creación del Sistema Nacional de Cuidado de Uruguay.
Which brought her the necessary information to create this working group on care in Uruguay. From 2018 on, she served as an executive secretary at Colloquium, the Latin America Council of Social Science, as executive director. And what we're doing now is understanding the meaning of CLOCSO for care services. When Karina took office in CLOCSO, she created a work group on gender and care. This work group brought together and concentrated 30 researchers from throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, and it has published in these last 7 years. It has been very successful. And we're going to have a conference in Bogota in June. And CLOCSO has published many very important publications for our region, bulletins, and they've held events which preceded these papers and who spoke about care in rural areas, care in different areas. During the pandemic, we discussed what was going on, and we had a bulletin. So her leadership was absolutely key for CLOCSO and for the working group on care. This is one of the important aspects of Karina's presentation. Thank you very much for joining us in this event, and let's make the best use of your presence. Thank you. So you have the floor. Well, congratulations to those of you who have resisted thus far and who are still here with us. Thank you for the invitation, for allowing me to be here. Nadia, my dear, thank you so much. Thank you, thank all your team. Thank you for the possibility of seeing such dear friends, colleagues, and accomplices in the adventure of care in Latin America. I'm not going to name them specifically all here. And thank you, Javier, for being here with me. You can't sleep. Everyone's keeping an eye on us, so stay wide awake. Thank you so much for being here with me today. I've worked with you for a long time. And whenever I meet her, and whenever she's in the room, because of the policy of feminist recognition, I really need to mention my dear friend Helena Hirate, who is also with us today. Helena has taught me, and with whom I started working a long time ago in the early 2000s when I was studying in France for my doctorate. And Elena was present in discussions and exchanges along with other colleagues from the Institute. The Institute has changed its name once again. Elena, I am so grateful. It is always a great joy to meet you, and I hope we can meet again in several other events. No one asked me to speak about the political horizons and political challenges. What I'd like to do today is go back to the beginning. That is, recover the principles, go back in time to understand the state or situation of the discussion in Latin America, especially after 25 years of theoretical and empirical and militant work regarding public policies, maybe a little less in public policies, but maybe in the attempts to draft public policies, and bring this concept, this idea of care back to its origin without losing sight of where, when, and why we're speaking about care today, and why care has become one of the most dynamic concepts and also one of the most controversial concepts within social sciences today. I'm trying really hard to speak slowly because of our friends, the interpreters, who really asked me specifically to speak slowly. I'll try to speak as slow as I can, or slower than I do normally. As we have seen in our prior 2 intense days of debate and work, we've understood how care is brought forward in the discussion. We looked at it through the prism of social protection, social security, healthcare. And this is the first element I'd like to bring. It shows specifically that we cannot say that care is a private issue anymore. In our region, there has been a shift, and today care is found within the field of public discussion, the public agenda of discussions. And you may say, okay, that will depend on the country that we are discussing. We are well aware that Latin America is very diverse and very heterogeneous, and we're lucky that it's so. But when we look at our region in detail, sometimes more in some countries and less in others, the issue of care is always there. And I believe this is the first issue that we need to highlight. Where care is found in the public agenda and how it has become more and more come to the very heart of public policies. Understanding care as a public concern, a public within the public agenda, and also its construction in terms of theory and the reference to one of its dimensions or features, one of its most important features, which was mentioned in the panel that preceded me. Valentina spoke about this, and of course we've been working on that for 20 years, and that's why she brought it up, which is care as a critical juncture for social and political inequality. When we look back over our shoulders, we see that we've mentioned that time and time again, even during the last 2 days, the idea of care in our region, which is associated first and foremost to domestic labor and different ways of naming domestic labor. But I'd like to say that based on the observation of this unpaid work component, care has become an important concept for those of us in academia. This issue really became an object of research. studies started multiplying and throughout Latin America, and this has required obviously a level of complexity in terms of concept, which was not there in the year 2000. But it also led us to a certain change, to stop considering care only in the private domestic dimension, the reproductive sphere, and so many other components of non-paid work. And from that, start considering care by itself.
But we can't forget that in this region, it emerges as a need to recognize this as a type of work, and that is shared with that shares some characteristics with the previous concepts. I won't name them all, but it shares at least the characteristic of being historically invisible and of being associated with women with uh, feminine tasks, so to speak. But in addition to that, care, since the very first moment when we started working on it, on a regional level, we highlighted many things, but two core elements. The first one is its relational characteristic. Uh, what was the difference between care work and domestic work? It was the relational characteristic and this idea of the relational component, and also the interdependence, the idea of interdependence as part of the definition of care. And of course, associated with interrelational and interdependent features, the the component of affection. This change created, enabled for a new good field of knowledge, and also coordinated many of the debates that up to that moment in academia were very dispersed. For instance, the questions of work in the groups that Nadia knew many years ago was the sociology of work. So there was no expert connected to care per se. So until now, we have come a long way, which enabled us to place care in the center of our academic concerns. In the way I understand academic exercise, which is in the center of the public agenda, in the center of the public conversations in terms of gender equality. And the third component I wanted to highlight is that we can't forget that the notion or concept of caring region is strictly connected to the questions of gender and the questions that we can't forget when we start designing public policies and plans and programs and the specific policies that are being developed. So this is why we found many advancements in the field of public policies, but they are normative advancements. And maybe Latin America will advance in non-normative advancements, but we can't neglect this component. So this topic, this concept starts being considered as a collective issue, not an individual private issue, but a collective and public issue. But maybe we might ask ourselves, and I asked myself this question so many times, and every time I ask myself and other people this question, I add something more, something else. And the question is, what do we understand as care? There are many definitions, and there is one I work on, and I've been working on for many years. It's the one I defend, and I add some layers to it, and but which do not change the core. And that is what enables application in public uh, policies. In Uruguay, we decided to create a definition that can be addressed empirically and from the field of the public policies. And many people will say it's a very partial type of vision. And yes, it is, but it's got to be concrete. And I have a concrete interest, which is to advance in terms of transformative policies. And I'm a little bit old to change this way to looking at sociology. So we understand care as a concept that is under construction, which is powerful and strategic, but that has different dimensions from various authors, but that can be defined as a set of activities, relationships, and dispositions that are needed to guarantee the existence with its different dimensions such as physical, emotional, etc., for daily activities, everyday activities for people who cannot seek this well-being on their own. And this is what we discussed with Toronto in a seminar in Uruguay. There is a very general definition, but in the last few writings, this definition was accepted in terms of more pragmatic issues. My request is let us center care around the people and their vital life cycle and the everyday activities that are necessary for each one's lives, meaning the sustaining the reproduction of life. There are, of course, other dimensions of care, the environment, the ways of life, etc. But these are not the ones we emphasize as a team. So, because of this relation of the dimension, which is absolutely essential for us to work on this definition of care, new dimensions are open in terms of material activities or different type of work activities, the ones that have economic costs, some that have more to do with the emotional component, whether they are paid or unpaid, whether they are carried out indoors or in the house or outside, as Maria Angeles would say. And I will now go back to some issues such as who cares, who does this person care for, where does that activity take place, is there payment, or what is the institutional landmark, and what do we call this in Latin America? We call it social organization of care. And this is where we, or at least the team I work with, this is where we centered our interest. That doesn't mean other things outside of that do not exist, but we mean that what we are dealing with is the social organization of care and how we can transform it, how to change it. This, from the point of view of gender, this is a structural knot that we have to undo, a gender knot that we have to undo, which is feminized. Another category that we want to put on the table is that we are feminist, and we want to talk about the gender-based division of labor. So we always want to make clear that we include our dear old category of the gender-based division of labor. What I put in the center of the table is this concept because I think it explains many of the elements we've been discussing in this seminar. I'm not going to elaborate on the gender-based division of labor, but I will say that this model that we know is not sustainable in the reality of Latin American households. It's unsustainable from the empiric point of view. Research shows that all the time, but also from the normative point of view. The model that was behind that does not exist. It only exists in the imagination of some people who unfortunately are responsible for public policies. And by designing public policies on these non-existing models, they make big mistakes. There are demographic issues, organization, and the households, etc. In Latin America, there are 22 countries, so pay attention to that. 22 countries, and some of them can have some theories that can enable us to look at these organizations. The gender inequality is more serious because women have a double workload, and that is added, those are added by class, race, and this inequality becomes a vicious circle because we see it in households in our regions, which very few resources and terrible situations to solve their care needs. And there are some other places that do have more resources and they solve their care problems by modifying the relationships and the care work. And that increases and perpetuates the gender inequalities that exist in the Latin American region. Finally, we know that the organization of care in Latin America is deeply imbalanced, unfair, and that those well-being players or those diamond edges that have nothing to do with diamonds, by the way, which are there are the family, state, market, community, etc. And what dominates, what prevail are the ways of the ways of care that are feminine. And when they are paid, they're also performed by women, usually precarious, informal, with no rights, etc. This is all called the care crisis in Latin America, and we've known it for a long time. And we've known that the model is not sustainable for a long time as well. We must find the ways to transform it. But if we had any doubts, the ones who are here do not have any doubts about that. But if we did have any doubts, the pandemic showed this very, very clearly. The organization of care was completely dismantled during the pandemic, and that was the only positive aspect I see in the pandemic. It's to make care visible. It is more visible. Of course, not as much as the care should be, but at least a little bit more visible. Of course, the care crisis has different dimensions, but Uruguay and Cuba are no longer old countries and exceptions in Latin America. Latin America is all old. The demographic bonus is over. It's and that has consequences from the point of view of care. The transformation of family structures, and what is the most important is the social protection system. And I talk about social protection because there is no welfare state in Latin America. That does not exist here. What we have, which can be a little bit closer to the welfare states, maybe Costa Rica and Uruguay, but they're kind of limping. And here we have another absolutely central notion and an original notion in the Latin American region, which is that to address the care crisis, we need universal policies and not all kinds of policies. And I think, Laura, you spoke about that. And Laura shared with us a presentation presentation on the right to care and what that means. We need comprehensive policies because we understand that care as a right. Some countries have recognized that. Argentina, Uruguay in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, but there's another point that we cannot forget in this region. The previous models we had in terms of care, especially the European models, did not depart from the same point, and they did not center this element of right to care. And speaking of a right to care brings us another challenge that we are facing in our region, which is we can't talk about the right to care without cultural change. Otherwise, people will laugh at us because if care is a right, then work, education, and health, etc., are rights too. And Chile showed us, the video in Chile showed us just recently, such as other examples we saw at so on the previous days, is that cultural changes are happening in our region.
In Argentina, the law was right there at the doors of Congress, and we know what happened after that. Will we give up? Never. We're working on this factor of cultural change, a cultural shift, which intends to question the idea that care is a private issue and that each one of us needs to solve our problems the best way we can. Why? Because this will, at the end of the day, become a vicious cycle. We don't want that. We want a shift in the understanding of what a carer is, who is normally a woman, and therefore the gender division of labor. This is a debate, a conversation which needs to take place, and our colleagues who design public policies for different countries need to be aware that this is a central component in the development and in solving their questions and problems. Now, the care systems that are implemented in our region, as Javier said, oops, oh my God, I'm going to race along. Javier is telling me I don't have much time. This helps us determine, based on the elements I mentioned, to arrive at a few lessons learned. These lessons are related to conceptual issues, and they're always related to public policy. Some of them have been mentioned in the presentations that came before mine. The first lesson deals with understanding the transformative potential that the concept of care brings, the transformative potential that care policies have if they are duly understood and if they are cross-cutting. If they're only understood as fragments or only taken separately as care of the elderly or others, that won't happen. The transformative potential, as what took place in Uruguay and other countries, has shown us the potential. We have seen changes come into effect, changes in gender identity, in autonomy, in economic autonomy, in aspects that have to do with child development, to overcoming child poverty, which are always, all of them, very important issues for our countries. The second lesson learned that we need to steer by, and this opens a whole new agenda for research, the need to work intersectorally. I think that Valentina showed us all the sectors of care which are, let's say, cross-cutting. But always be wary of cross-cutting policies, because the gender cross-cutting policies empty our contents, and we're left with nothing. But the main thing here is not working as outliers on only one sector, but rather make ourselves work intersectorally, where these new care policies will actually come into effect. In a specifically first level institutionality. It's been what, 50 years since Beijing, right? In which the mechanisms of progress for women, what a horrible name. But how is it considered? First hierarchical level, first level for the institutionalization of care policies. And the other experiences we've had here and there have shown that the investigations that were carried out are no longer effective. Third lesson, it is a right. We all agree on this. So it is non-negotiable. Universality is non-negotiable. It is quite simply put a right. We may speak about this and continue to move ahead in increments. Are legal terms that I have added. We can, of course, move forward in increments, but universality is not non-negotiable, and that is not what is going on in our countries. Even the countries who have recognized care as a right do not consider its universal feature, and its universality must be put first, because universality is the only feature that ensures care is not segregationist, that it is not directed to some, but rather to all. Today in Latin America, we have programs. I wouldn't say that we have real care systems, but we have programs, in some cases pilot programs, and in other cases programs that are already operational, but we don't have universal systems, and that in itself is a challenge. Fourth important lesson learned: where and how do we establish the policies and their priorities, and how they come up with two elements that are also non-negotiable. Firstly, the care policies serve many purposes, but their first one is gender equality. We cannot shy away from this. And for that, we must really understand that we cannot oppose rights. We cannot say it doesn't matter. What is more important? Women's rights to have enough time, of being part of economic and social policies, or the rights of children, or the rights of people who are in situations of dependency. This opposition is false. It does not exist, because we are considering an integrated approach to care, because we don't want to slip up and end up in this type of debate. And now we move on to the fifth issue, which has to do with funding. We will never have these policies if there are no funds. And the efforts that have been made in this sense, in terms of budgeting, are negligible. We've invested very little. If we, besides the issue of funding, we consider separate agendas, for example, funds directed for children or for women or for gender, if it's an investment or public spending, there is a debate that is ongoing that simply freezes up the budget issue if we pry it apart. then recognize all of the normative advancements that happened in our region. This is very important, this normative advances. But if the cultural shift that I mentioned in the beginning doesn't happen, we'll be stuck in these normative changes. We'll be stuck in this rut because they don't actually deal with the problem. It stays within the normative sphere, and the distance between real possibility and formal determinations hinders equality. And this is where mechanisms like the mechanisms that we work with in feminism, that we must always fight against, this naturalization processes. Let's leave this to the sphere of women or woman-related policies. Let's leave care in this sphere. And this type of approach seems to be very strong. I had more to say, but I had decided to speak for 20 minutes and I only have one left. So I'll be skipping all of the famous R's that were worked in our, that were considered in our region, such as redistribution, recognizing, reducing, reorganizing. So many R's. We can move on in this sense. This is a very interesting debate, but I don't have enough time to really speak about this right now. So to speak about, it's important to speak about a key issue in these regional lessons learned. And I believe that one of the issues in which we've had the most success is the active participation of civil society, very widely considered in the design, implementation, control, and monitoring of policies or programs. I hope someday they become systems of the integral care policies, participation of civil society, as you mentioned before, different voices, different actors who
con más intensidad en algunos casos, con menos
are
intensidad en otra. Pero tiene que ser
actually inscribed within these policies projects. And this has been ongoing in several countries. This process must be participative. And besides saying that in the countries where this more widespread understanding of civil society also includes the academia in establishing dialogues and listening and asking questions and understanding what are the needs for research on these policies in these different territories. And this is something that we can see as a plus in the design of these policies. The agendas will come up. So research agendas, I'm not going to be naming them. Oh, I can see, oh, Javier is looking at me from sideways. So these research agendas and work agendas are existing in our region. And I have an optimistic outlook regarding these actions. When they come in tandem with normative evolution. In Chile and Brazil and Colombia, the role of academia in all of these countries is absolutely key, and I find this to be really stimulating. However, we cannot deceive ourselves because nothing will move forward if the elements that were mentioned before are not in place. For example, a cultural shift and budgeting. Now, this field needs important public investments to make sure that these changes really come into effect. This must be crystal clear, because if not, we're going to be coming together years on end and mention the same thing over and over again. Some people like to speak on new social contracts based on the issue of care. Of course, we can discuss this notion. I have had discussions on this, but what I believe is that the key issue here is putting this forward based on the conviction that we are dealing here with one of the knots up inequality, which must be pried apart, which must be undone urgently in Latin America, which is still to date the most unequal region there is. If we're not able to undo this knot, we won't be able to move forward in what I believe that all of us wish for. In other words, a region where social justice is improved, and all of that means conceptually for Latin America. I had lots more to share with you, but we'll do that at another point where we come together. Thank you so much, Nadia, and I'll be wrapping up now.
Muchas gracias, Karina. Siempre es muy
Thank
estimulante
you,
escucharte.
Karina. It's
Yo creo que tenemos
always
unos minutos.
very
Estamos
stimulating
todos
to
cansados.
hear you. I think we still have some minutes.
¿Algún punto,
We're all
algún
tired,
comentario
very
de cierre?
tired.
Tres palabras.
So if you
tres
want to
preguntas.
bring some issue up or make a
¿Alguien
comment,
más?
you'll only have 3 words. You can only say
Entonces,
3 words.
una y cerramos.
One over here, another over there, and then we'll wrap up.
Olá, boa noite a todos, todas e todos.
Hello,
Quero
good
agradecer, foi um
evening,
prazer
everyone.
escutar,
I'd like to
escutar
thank
todos
you for
aqui.
being here. It's been
Realmente
such a pleasure to
grande
listen to
aprendizado.
your
Na
words, to
verdade,
everyone who
eu
came
trouxe
before. It's been a
duas
huge learning
perguntas
moment for
e
me. I have, in
provocações, não
fact,
sei,
2
reflexões para a
questions and
gente descer
provocations
junto,
and
embora o horário
thoughts.
também não promova
Even
muito
though
isso.
we don't have much
A
time,
primeira,
the
você
hour is
trouxe
quite
3
late.
componentes, né,
Firstly, you
Karina?
spoke about 3
Componente que é
components, Karina.
relacional,
The
outro é de
one
gênero
is
e o outro
relational,
afetivo.
another is
Eu
gender, and the
lembrei de
other
uma
has to do with
dissertação, eu
affections.
acho, não sei se é
And I
dissertação de mestrado ou
remember
tese,
a
mas de uma
master's
pesquisadora que se
thesis
chama Denise
from a
Pimenta,
researcher who is called Denise
da
Pimenta.
Fiocruz, e ela fala sobre
She
termo
is from
chamado
Fiocruz, and she
cuidado
speaks about
cuidadoso, que eu acho que ela que cunhou,
a term which is
vinculado a mulheres
dangerous
de
care. I
Sierra
think that
Leoa,
she
que
came up with this
ela,
term, and it has to
dentro do
do with
diagnóstico dela
women
sobre
from
a questão
Sierra
do ebola
Leone within her
Serra
diagnosis
Leoa,
on
ela diagnosticou
Ebola in
que a
Sierra
mortandade era
Leone,
maior
and
entre as
she
mulheres.
found that death tolls were
Bom, em
higher
termos
among
muito
women.
objetivos, resumindo, o
And
diagnóstico era de que o
just in
cuidado
a
mata.
nutshell, the diagnosis
E eu acho
at
muito
the end of the
interessante
day
essa
was that
questão do
care
cuidado perigoso. Eu
kills.
gostaria de ouvir
And
de
this
você
issue of
como que a
dangerous
gente
care, I found
pode,
it to be
através
very
das
interesting,
políticas
and I'd like to hear
públicas,
from you
incidir
how
nessa
may we,
questão do
through public
componente
policies,
afetivo, já que é
work
uma
on
questão
this
que envolve triângulos
component that has to
de
do with
risco, mas também de
affection,
afetos, né?
because this
Perigosos,
involves
enfim.
risk, but also
Outra questão, eu
and
acho que
dangers, but
aproveitando
also
a
affection.
presença
And
do
another
Javier na
question is
mesa,
making the best
você
use of
falou sobre o
Javier's
cuidado ser
presence
direito,
in our
direito
panel today.
universal.
You said that care is a
Eu queria
universal right.
que ele
I would like
comentasse também um pouco, se
to hear
possível,
Javier say a few words, if he can,
pensando no cuidado como pessoa mulher,
on care, if
identificar o
and
cuidado como um
considering
direito,
care
para mim
as a
me
woman,
parece, já que a gente
identifying
tem
care as
esse
a
direito
right to
adquirido como
me
cidadã,
seems that we,
já
as a citizen,
algo
this is an
um
acquired
pouco mais
right.
estabelecido
And it's
enquanto
been
política
well
de Estado.
established as such,
Mas
as a state
pensando, por
policy. But
exemplo, no
considering, for
rio,
example,
na floresta, na
in a
montanha,
river,
é
in a
possível
forest,
a
in the
gente
mountain,
discutir o cuidado
can we
ambiental, o
discuss
cuidado
environmental care,
da natureza, se não é
care for
ainda
nature, if to
provida de
date
direito? Se
nature does
o
not
rio não é um
have
sujeito de direito, por
rights?
exemplo,
If a river,
na
for
sua opinião?
example, is not a subject with inherent rights, in your opinion?
Muy bien, antes de darte la palabra, Karina, quisiera rescatar tres cositas nomás.
Karina, I'd like to go back to three issues. Firstly, in Laura's presentation and Carolina's presentation this morning, it became very clear that we can acquire the right to care, but that is simply not enough in itself. We have a human right to care, of course, but we also need the gender perspective. So we need this approach to a right and also a gender perspective. In other words, it is necessary, but it is not enough. I think you mentioned that. The other issue you mentioned was aging. I really cannot see any clear-cut initiatives in our region or strong initiatives in our region in this sense. It is one of the areas of care where public policies are still incipient. There is lots of discussion on childhood, a long history of this debate and conventions on this issue. Of course, we do have conventions and debate regarding elderly, but I think for this group, we need to move much more ahead. And in the last few years, you've established a dialogue with teams from several countries.
Buenas prácticas de cuidado y cómo enfrentar los procesos de envejecimiento.
What would be the best practices for care and how to face the aging processes that are present in our region?
Bueno, a ver, en relación al primer comentario, en realidad me referí a componentes
in terms of
materiales
the first comment, I refer to material components that are the activities, the work activities that is that belongs to care per se. Second, there is a relationship between the person who gives care and the one who the party who gives care and the one that receives care. And we speak about the affective dimension, but as Valentina also pointed out that there is we romanticize the issue of care, but I have to recognize that in me as well, in my private life. But when we talk about the affective dimension, I think we can talk about positive issues, positive affections. And I do the same parallel with the care relationships. We're talking about other emotions and other affections that should be an object of the policies. Let us not go on with this emotional dimension and thinking about a positive point. Let us be very careful in thinking of care for a child, because you have the stimulation of caring for someone who is developing, and the care for an elderly, for the elderly, or for an old person who is coming to the end of life. And we need to include that not only in normative terms, but in Uruguay, for instance, the first thing that was approved in the system was a regulation of what we call homes for the elderly, because they had become houses without any regulations and norms, and with horrible quality, terrible quality.
estudiamos en
about
Uruguay qué es
15
el buen
years
cuidado, pero
ago, 10
no
years ago in
definido, sino cómo
Uruguay,
se entiende
we
esa definición
studied
del buen cuidado,
what
por
good
ejemplo, hacia las
care
personas mayores,
meant.
desde
Not a
los
definition,
discursos, los
but
distintos discursos a
how
nivel social,
this definition is
el de los médicos,
understood based
el
on
de las
different
personas
discourses on the
cuidadoras,
social
el
level,
de,
like the discourse by
las
doctors,
personas
by
que tienen
caregivers,
personas mayores dependientes a su cargo, etcétera, y
the
allí esta
people
dimensión aparecía.
who care for
Creo que es el
old
primer paso para
people,
que
and
ese
that
tipo de
dimension
investigación dé
was
luz a
there
la política
somehow. And I
pública
think
de
that's
cómo
the first
incorporar
step for this
esa
type of
gestión
investigation
de las emociones y los
to
afectos también en la política.
give way
Sin
to
duda es un
public
campo totalmente
policies
deficitario
and the
todavía
management of
por lo menos en las políticas que yo
affection and
conozco.
emotion
Después,
in
la otra parte de
policies.
la
It's
primera
a
persona que preguntó en las
completely,
preguntas, yo cuando hablo del
it's a
derecho al
realm
cuidado, y por
where
eso
I
lo dije
see
desde el
a
comienzo, yo estoy hablando
big
del cuidado de
gap
las personas.
in
El
terms of
derecho que
care.
tenemos
And
todos
when
y todas a
I
ser
spoke
cuidados
about
durante las
care at the
distintas etapas
beginning,
de nuestro
was
ciclo vital.
referring to the
Venimos de
care of
situaciones de
people,
cuidados,
the right
fuimos
we
niños,
have
niñas,
to be cared
vamos o ya
for
hemos
along the
transitado
different
situaciones de
stages
cuidado
of
en otros
our
momentos
life
ocasionales o
cycle. We
permanentes
were
de
cared
nuestro
for
ciclo
when we
vital.
were
Yo me estoy centrando
children.
allí. Eso quiere
We
decir
were
no darle
given
importancia
care
al cuidado
in
del
some
ambiente,
moments of our life
no, para nada.
cycle.
Pero
That's
no
what I'm
soy yo
focusing
quien va a
on.
trabajar esos
This does
temas.
not mean
No es desde la agenda de género que
I
creo
do
que
not
hay que
care
priorizar
about
esos
the
temas. Hay que
care
dialogar,
of the
hay que articular,
environment, but
pero no
I'm not the
tenemos que
one to
perder
be
aquí en América
I'm
Latina,
not
donde
the
las
one who will
políticas de
work on
cuidado
that.
casi
And
no
I
existen, que lo
think
que queremos es hacer
we
avanzar
do not have
el
to
derecho de
prioritize that
las
when we talk
personas
about
a recibir el
care
cuidado que
from a
necesitan a lo
gender
largo de su ciclo
point of
vital.
view
Y que ese derecho
and the
a
feminist
recibir
point of
ese
view.
cuidado
I
no
think
dependa
we
de la
have
densidad de
to
su red vincular o
advance
familiar, o no
the
dependa de que haya
rights
siempre una
of
mujer
people, the
disponible
rights that
para
people
brindar
have to
esos
receive
cuidados
care,
24 horas al día
and
y 7 días a la semana.
the
Esa es
the
la
fact
perspectiva
that
con la que
sometimes there
trabajo
isn't a
y
woman
que creo que tengo
over
muchos
there
años en
to
esta
be
región.
giving care
Dialogar con las
to
otras
someone
perspectivas, por
else
supuesto, pero no podemos poner todo en
7
el
that there
mismo
shouldn't be a
nivel.
woman who is
El
in charge of doing
envejecimiento,
that.
Javier,
Of course,
lamentablemente
we
es
can
donde más déficit tenemos. Políticas hacia el envejecimiento. Hay
dialogue
ejemplos,
from
hay buenas
different
prácticas,
perspectives,
pero
but it
son piloto, son
we
microscópicas
cannot
y
put
es donde
everything on the
más
same
déficit
level in terms
tenemos
of
hoy en
the
América Latina. Algunas buenas
aging
prácticas, los programas que se han
countries,
implementado
Javier,
en
is a
Uruguay han dado resultado, pero
pilot
claro,
project.
llegaron
Do we have
a
some
un
practices,
grupo
some programs
minúsculo de personas
implemented
mayores
in
dependientes y además se
Uruguay, and they
aplicaron
had good
para las
results, but
personas
they
súper
reached
dependientes
only
o con
a
dependencia severa,
tiny
no
little
para las
group
personas con
of
dependencia media o
old
ligera.
people,
Estoy pensando
and
en los programas de
only the ones
teleasistencia,
who were
de
hyper dependent,
respiro
not
para
the
las
ones
cuidadoras,
who
de
had light
cuidados en
or
determinadas horas
uh,
en los hogares diurnos,
medium
bueno, tienen distintos nombres, pero básicamente
dependence.
hogares diurnos, pero se han aplicado
I'm
para un
talking
conjunto tan
about the
chiquitito de la
people who
población que
just
podemos
needed
decir
care for
parecen ser
a
buenas prácticas,
few
pero tenemos que
um,
ampliarlas porque hoy
hours every
están
day.
lejos de
So
atender
those
bueno, esa realidad de
practices
envejecimiento
seem
que
to be
tenemos
correct, but they
en
need to
América
be
Latina, que es
broadened
nueva
because
para, no
they
para
won't
Uruguay, que es un
cover
país
the
envejecido
need
desde, yo
created
creo que desde que se
by
fundó,
the aging
pero
process
sí para el
in
resto de los
Latin
países de
America.
América Latina. Esta es
It's
una
not new
nueva
in
realidad,
Uruguay
pero
because
hay que
Uruguay has
atenderla
been old since it
con
was
urgencia y
founded.
lamentablemente es donde hay
But
más déficit.
in other
No sé si
places
me
in
habías
Latin
preguntado algo más, pero si me
America,
preguntaste algo más no me acuerdo, así
I
que te
think
devuelvo
we
la
need to
pregunta.
look very carefully at that. Anyway, that's
Muchas
what
gracias, buenas noches.
I would like to conclude with
Buenas
this.
noches.
Thank you very much and good evening.
Recording stopped.